Hi everybody, I'm Roshni, and today we are back in Magical Friends group with parts 3 and 4 of The Kid Who Came from Space by Ross Welford. So tune in to listen and know how Ethan and Hellion, along with Iggy, managed to rescue Tammy from the humans. Chapter 29. Ethan. The hairy creature stands on the jetty, glaring at me and Iggy with its big sad eyes. Her big sad eyes. Say nothing, or you will never see your sister again, she says. And as we stare, she adds, Fan. I begin to say something, but at that moment the barking gets louder and I hear voices. Iggy and I turn our heads to see a large dog panting loudly and coming towards us along the jetty. I hear a man's voice shouting, Go, Sheba! Go! Seek the girl! Behind me, there's a thud, and when I look around, the creature is not there. But I don't have time to think about this because a few seconds later, the dog clatters along the wooden decking. Sheba stops when she sees us and bares her teeth, growling horribly and sniffing the place where the creature, Hellion, right, was standing. Susie squeaks and Iggy gathers her into his arms. We both stand there, rigid with fear, dripping wet and freezing cold, as the two Joffs come towards us out of the woods, large outlines in the darkness. It's just kids, Dad, says the younger, fatter one. Iggy retreats from the torch beam. A moment later, two men are before us, breathing heavily. Is that flaming hippie woman's kid? What the bloody hell are you doing here? And why are you wet? Says the older one, shining his torch aggressively right into Iggy's eyes. Iggy says nothing and turns his head from the dazzling glare. We are checking out fishing spots, I say. It's a free country, ain't it? The torch beam swivels and now shines at me. The older man says, Oh, it's you. His attitude changes completely when he sees me. The kid whose sister is missing. At once his tone switches from rude and aggressive to gentle and friendly, and I instantly hate him for his two-facedness. Fishing, huh? Oh man, that's the best hobby for a young lad. Is he smiling? It's hard to tell because the light is still shining at me. Although I can just see the corners of his mouth turned up, and Job Jr. seems to be smiling too. I notice he's keeping an eye on his dad and trying to anticipate his changing mood. The old man addresses me again, trying to warm up his voice, but I can tell he's agitated and probably confused by the fact that we are wet. Tell me this, son, have you seen anything around here that's out of ordinary? Well, yes, I say. I'm about to tell them both about what we just saw. It was such an extraordinary encounter, and I want to tell someone because until I do, it won't really seem true. But the threat about not seeing Tammy again, my head is swimming with confusion. I begin, but Iggy cuts me off. There was a leaping trout. Honestly, massive it was, jumped right out of the water. He holds his hands apart to indicate the size of the fish that we were supposed to have been seen. Just there, he adds, pointing out over the water, which is a rich, still purple in the evening light. He is a good, convincing liar, is Iggy. He even adds a little whoo splash under his breath as he replays the sight of a leaping trout in his head. He turns back and flashes a grin, all trace of sullenness gone. It's an act, of course, but an excellent one. You should have seen it. Both the men glance towards Iggy and me, unsure, I think, whether they are being lied to or not. Iggy is still chirping away. So anyway, he says, what are you doing here? The younger Joe says, mind your own business. Now get lost. Then his dad says for my benefit, hey son, you'd better go home, huh? We move to go, then he adds, hang on, you two are soaking wet. It's honestly like he has just noticed. Yes, says he. We fell in and now we are very cold. We were just going, weren't we, Fan? Come on. He gathers up Suji and keeps up the cheery act until we are a few meters away, then drops it. I hate him, he hisses. I'm shivering with the deep, bone-numbing cold by now, but I follow Iggy back along the pebble beach. When we are a few paces up the path, Iggy taps my arm and jerks his head. As quietly as we can, we double back towards the woods, cycling a little clearing until we have got a view of the two men on the jetty. It's difficult to see in the dusk, but they were walking around, both of them with a large flashlight. The older one holding some sort of gadget that looks like a massive mobile phone. It's got a little screen that glows, and he holds it next to the ground, sweeping it left and right. The device emits a series of high-pitched clicks and hisses, several of them every second. What's he doing? I whispered through the chattering teeth. It's Geiger counter. He's checking for radiation. How does he know these things? I asked myself in admiration. Then I whispered, why? The men are talking to each other, and we can hear this little bits of it. Dad, what about all this blood? Geoff is standing exactly where we were moments ago and looking around him. Aye, that's definitely some sort of evidence, but we are looking for radiation. And here is something that shows that this thing doesn't work. He holds it up, and the little screen illuminates his face in the twilight. But are you sure? Listen, son, I know what I saw. The man's voice has a superior tone. It's all recorded up at the observatory. I showed it to you and you agreed, so don't start contradicting me now. You understand? Yeah, Dad, comes the meek reply. Something definitely happened. It happened here or very close by, and I've got my suspicions about them two lads. They both look in our direction and I feel a nudge in my side. I follow Iggy back to our bikes and we pedal home. Shuji snuggled down in Iggy's jacket and me freezing in the winter chill. Chapter 30. It's not far back to the village, but by the time we get there, I'm colder than I've ever felt in my life. We cycle hard to try to keep ourselves warm. My wet jeans are sticking clumsily to my legs and chafing as I pedal. Susie's head peeks out of Iggy's soaking jacket, and if a chicken can look disapproving, then Susie is definitely unimpressed by her evening swim. The clouds have gathered quickly to cover the rising moon, and the darkness wraps around us like a massive black duvet. It's so dark, in fact, and I am hunched up over my handlebars to try to stay warm, that I don't even notice we are home until I feel the bumpity bump of a cattle grit under my tires. I look up to see the first house in the village ahead of me, a Christmas tree flashing its lights in the window. The brakes on Iggy's ancient bike squeak noisily, and we stop on the bridge over the burn. We haven't said a word. You okay? Says Iggy. His house is coming up soon. Do you want me to? No, I will be fine. I just want to get home, to feel safe and warm. I can't even say a single word. You just heard it. I set off to the cycle, the remaining streets back home, only to find Iggy cycling alongside me anyways. That's nice of him. Mom thinks I'm at yours anyway, I say as I cycle. I'm thinking about how I'm going to explain what happened, starting with why I'm soaking wet when Iggy says, come to mind then. My mom's gone to Hexham with Fat Stanley. I look at him, puzzled. Her new boyfriend, he says without warmth. He's called Stanley and he's fat, I suggest. We come in through Iggy's back door. Our clothes have stopped dripping at least. We're standing in his kitchen and begin the horrible process of pinning off our freezing clothes and putting them in the tumble dryer. I put my phone next to Iggy's cap on the radiator to dry it out, and we sit hunched at the scrubbed wooden table with towels wrapped around our wrists and draped over our shoulders, watching our clothes go round. The kitchen smells of potato peelings with a faint hint of chicken poop from a little tray by the door. The sink is full of dishes. The whole place isn't exactly dirty by my Gran would say, "Eh, this place is a middle," like she says about my bathroom. There's something else strange as well. Don't you have Christmas decorations? I mean, a tree or something? I say, craning my neck to see if there are cards, candles, anything. Iggy shrugs. No, my mom doesn't really believe in it. Doesn't believe in Christmas, I say, astonished. She reckons it's all a trick to make us spend loads of money and want things that we can't afford. And besides, why cut down a healthy tree? Don't you get presents? I sometimes get something from my dad, he says, when he remembers. And mom gave a poor family a goat this year. Africa or somewhere. She says giving is better than receiving. Iggy doesn't sound convinced, but neither of us say anything for a long time, mainly because our teeth are still chattering and it's a while before we are warm enough to sit without shaking. Outside, a wind chime tinkles. Finally, Iggy takes a deep breath and whispers, "So that all happened then? I mean, for real?" I nod slowly without looking up from the revolving clothes. "What are we going to say, Tate? Are you going to tell your mom and dad?" I tilt my head back and let it rest on the wall behind me. "I think we are gonna have to, Iggy. I mean, what choice do we have? Problem is my mom. She's pretty fragile. She'll worry that I've gone crazy. She'll be upset that someone even said that, or you won't see your sister again. She'll worry that we went out on the war. I don't want to do that to her." We are silent for a bit as we think. "Tell your dad first. That thing told not to say anyone. But what can we do on our own? Tate, face it, we're just kids. If this is some weirdo in a costume, which it isn't, we know that," he says. "I know, but if it is, then we need to tell the police." "Alright, we know it isn't some weirdo in a costume, the massive flashes, the big thing that sees your leg, the fact that she just vanished." Iggy lifts up his leg to examine the scars again. They seem to have healed even more. I run my finger over the scar. "Look, man, that's not just possible." Iggy sits up again. "The Jigger counter those two men had. I know about them from a comic I did." "Did you ever read Paranormal Investigator?" "Doesn't matter. Jigger counter is what people use to look for evidence of He trails off. I think it's because it doesn't want to say it, as if saying it will make it real, and if it's real, then that will change everything. Of what? I know what he's going to say. And he says it. Radiation from spaceship landings. I knock my head against the wall again and exhale loudly. We have to tell someone, Iggy. I mean, this is massive. It's like army and government and air force massive. We get dressed at last, our clothes warm and fluffy from the dry. Somehow being dressed and dry straightens our heads out a bit. It's decided we'll go and tell my parents what happened. It's the only sensible option. Chapter 31. I see the blue lights flashing through the darkness as we approach the stargazer, and my heart flutters. Are the police here with news with Tammy? I hardly dare to hope. But still, I pick up my pace as we cycle up the driveway. I'm already imagining throwing my arms around Tammy and telling her that I'm sorry about what I said and singing the chicken hop song together, and the ambulance car drives away from the stargazer as Iggy and I get near and it doesn't stop. The windows are blacked out, but I kinda know. Daddy is in the doorway of the pub. Before I can say anything, he growls, "Where have you been? I've been trying the phone for ages." "It's your ma'am. She's..." He stops mid-sentence to take a few deep breaths. Gran appears in the doorway behind him. She puts one hand on his shoulder and says, "Come on, son," and they turn to go inside. Gran looks back at me and then at Iggy. Iggy gets the message. "I'd better go," he said. I hope your mom's okay." I don't really want him to go, but I can tell that he wants to. "Text me," he says, and before I can protest, he's on the bike pedaling away. I follow Dad and Gran inside. The pub has been more or less shut down since Tammy's disappearance, at least as a pub. Instead, it has become the headquarters of the search operation with many posters, piles of printed leaflets with my sister's face on them, and the Come Home Tammy banner hanging by one corner in the window. The pool table in the middle of the room is covered with posters and notepads and pizza boxes. There are empty paper cups and full bin bags. Everything left behind by those search teams. As day after day the village search turns up nothing and determination and confidence gives way to desperate hope, which in turn gives way to no hope at all. Auntie Anika, Mom's older sister, sits at a table dabbing her eyes with a tissue, while Uncle Jan holds her other hand, jutting out his jaw. In the corner of the empty pub lounge is a little Christmas tree, a glittery fake one with colored lights that have been switched off for days now. Beneath the tree are too many presents to count. Big ones, small ones, all of them wrapped with papers and ribbons. Every single label is addressed to Tammy or Tamara or Tammy Tate, all in different handwritings. They say things like this: "Come home, Tammy, we miss you from Hexham Swim Dragons. Kisses. God bless you, Tammy, from Father Nick O'Neill. Please come home from your friends at Calvocott Primary." I feel a tightness in my throat. Dad is blinking hard as well. He sits down heavily and I join him while Gran pads off in her huge trainers to fetch tea. Then he swallows and takes a deep breath. "Your mom, Ethan," he begins. "She's not at all well. She was found on the top moor, barefoot and very confused. She's..." "Who found her?" I say. This is horrific. "Jack Natras was on his quad bike taking hay to his ship. He brought her back here. She wasn't..." That pauses again and I think he's going to cry, but instead he takes a sip of the tea that Gran has put in front of him. Gran says, "Your mom has had a sort of breakdown, Irfan. Kind of mental exhaustion. It's the worry and the grief and, well, everything." Her voice is very low, as if trying to comfort me. Dad sighs again. "The police were here, Inspector Foreign and the other one. They said they were scaling back the search locally so that they could prepare us for the worst news. Your mom took it badly and, well..." He stopped because there wasn't much more to say. The worst news. Grant says, "Your mom's has been taken to a special hospital, St. George's in Morpeth. They know how to look after her." "How long for?" I say. We don't know for certain." She gives me a tight little smile. "A few days and she should be okay to come home." "I tried to call your phone, son," says Dad. This time a little bit more gently. "Where were you?" I look between Gran and Dad. He's a big bloke, my dad. In fact, I don't know anyone bigger or stronger. But right now he looks shrunken. His face is thinner and his hands tremble a little when he lifts his crop. There is no way at all that I can find the right words to tell Dad what happened this afternoon. Not right now, at any rate. "Sorry, Dad, dead battery. Forgot to charge it." I get up and throw my arms around Dad and he burrows his face in my hair and hugs me hard and allows a little sob to escape. He doesn't smell too good actually and his breath is bad, but I don't really mind. Later on, after Dad has gone to lie down, Gran points to the little Christmas tree and says, "Come on, Irfan, let's put this summer safe." And so me, Gran and Auntie Anika and silent Uncle Jan carefully pick up all the presents addressed to Tammy into two large cardboard boxes and put them in a store cupboard for safekeeping. We dismantled the little fake Christmas tree and put it away too, and moved the lounge chairs back in position till the room looks back to normal. I think it's the saddest job I've ever done in my life, and all the while there are two voices in my head. My own, which is yelling, "You have to tell someone," and that of a wheezy hairy alien saying, "Or you'll never see your sister again." I look at the three adults. Auntie Anika, nope, too wobbly. Uncle Jan, he doesn't really do talking. I think I've only exchanged about 10 words with him in my life, and his English is not real good. So that leaves Gran. My tiny, weather-beaten, track-shooted Gran will soon learn all about it. I can assure that. Chapter 32. Gran. It's a couple of hours later, and Gran and I are back in our little house behind the pub. Dad has gone back to the Stargazer for the evening shift, even though there are probably no customers. He put on a clean shirt, but he still looked awful. He ruffled my hair and told me that Ma'am would be all right. Auntie Anika and Uncle Jan are in their room above the pub. Gran and I are on the sofa, eating a donated shepherd's pie and watching TV but not paying attention. When I say her name, she looks at me, head tipped on one side, eyebrows knitted together in concert. She has short white hair and one of those lean old faces that would belong to a man or a woman. But behind her glasses, her brows and her brown eyes are full of kindness. Yes, Ifan, pet. I have gone through in my head as a sort of rehearsal, but I can get straight what I want to say. In the end, I decide there's no alternative way but to just saying it however it comes out. Iggy and I met someone today, someone who told us that um, I dry up like an actor forgetting his lines in a play. What did she tell us, though? Did she tell us that Tammy was safe? No. Did she tell us what happened to Tammy? No. Did she tell us that she knew where Tammy was? No. I was still tittering. Grant tips her head more as if to say, go on. We met someone down by the water who mentioned Tammy. Okay, says Grant carefully. Who was this person? She keeps looking at me while she mutes the TV with the remote. She didn't, well, she said her name was Helium? This is not going well. I can tell that my voice is hesitant and unconvincing, although I have started now. Grant goes on. A she, And she said we should say nothing or we wouldn't see Tammy again. Say nothing about what exactly? About meeting her, and she knew my name. What did this person look like? Oh no. She was kind of smallish and hairy like all over and not wearing anything. Grant's eyebrows shoot up, then descend slowly, but she doesn't say anything. Oh heck, this sounds ridiculous, I think, but I have no choice now but to continue. And she had the stick that she stopped Iggy's leg bleeding with. He had a massive fish hook in it. Still ridiculous. And then she disappeared, like vanished when the big dog arrived, Shiva, and said we had to say nothing or we'd never see Tammy again. Grant looks at me for the longest time, playing with the toggle on a tracksuit seam. Maybe she's working out whether to believe me or what to do. At least all the lines I'd said I'd been stuttering, and sometimes I'd say totally the opposite thing of what I wanted to. Eventually, she opens her wiry arms and says, Come here, Ifan, and I have no choice really but to shift over on the sofa into her embrace. She squeezes me with her muscly arms and says, Oh, Ifan, you poor, poor boy. Then I feel her chest shaking beneath me, and I realize she's crying. What's happening with me? I want to say a thing, and I'm saying totally the opposite thing. I want to think something, and I'm thinking the opposite thing. I can't even decide what I want to think or say. Come on, Ifan, you're not like this. She strokes my hair and I hear her swallow loudly and take a deep breath. She says again, You poor boy. It's true, Gran. Honestly, I'm not lying, I say, and she hugs me even harder. I say nothing more. Again, she doesn't believe it. But she feels sorry for me as well. As soon as I can, I disentangle myself from Gran and go up to my room, where I lie on my bed. My phone has dried out, but not everything is working properly. I can't make calls or play games, but I can send text messages. Is your mom okay? Yeah, thanks. In hospital with nervous exhaustion. She'll be out in a few days. Thought you had no phone? I don't. This is my tablet. Did you tell anyone? Dad upset cause of mom. So I told my gran. She thought I was making it up and hugged me a lot cause she thinks I'm going nuts. You? Same but no hugs. Mom says I was bad to encourage you to have false hope and I should stop making up lies because it's bad karma. Fat Stanley laughed till his moves wobbled. Face it, Tate, we have no proof. But it happened, right? Yeah, definitely. There's a pause. I guess we were all wondering what could happen next. And after a minute or two, he comes back to me. So we go back tomorrow and find out more. It's only one word. 2 letters. And it seems to take ages to type. And even longer before I press send. Okay. Chapter 34. I was on my laptop till about 2 a.m. last night looking up alien abduction, that's what it's called, when someone is supposed to have been kidnapped by a spaceship. To be honest, it has made me more confused and scared than I already was. A lot of the stories are very, very convincing, but then I only had to search alien abductions debunked to understand that almost all of them were made up by people who were proven liars or pranksters or people with some proper mental problems. There were tales of spaceships beaming up cars and cows and farmers in Arizona and New Mexico. There was an interview with the parents of a young man called Carlo who went missing in the 1980s, and every day they wait for him to return, even though they're both really old now. There was a story in a newspaper about a World War II bomber plane being found on the moon and a film of doctors examining the body of a dead alien in something called the Roswell incident. I followed the trail of links and eventually they almost all turned out to be outright lies or clever hoaxes. I watched video after video on YouTube labeled genuine UFO sightings. They were either blurry, shaky home videos of lights in the sky, which could literally have been anything or teenagers messing about. One I'm almost certain was a kid called Jonas from year 9 in our school with a painted beach ball on a string. 10.3k views. Some people, it seems, will go to amazing trouble to deceive other people. But then I keep saying almost all. You see, there were one or two, maybe three, that were quite convincing. Carlos' parents, for example, or recordings from military aircraft of pilots who had seen things moving faster than any object could possibly move. Pilots aren't going to lie, are they? And there was an article on an Australian website. It was recent. Vaughan Hills man's Christmas close encounter with hairy alien. Vaughan Hills, Western Australia, 26 December. A Vaughan Hills man has described the moment on Christmas Eve when he fought with a humanoid creature that he believed was trying to capture him. John Roper, 55, was driving home to Vaughan Hills on Hospital Road on Friday, 24th December. After visiting friends out of town when a flat tire caused him to stop at the side of the road. It was about 6 p.m. and the sun was going down. I took the opportunity to step out the road for a pee when I saw this thing coming towards me from out in the bush. At first I thought it was a kangaroo because it's the right kind of height, but when it got closer I saw it was running on 2 legs. Mr. Roper, married with 2 grown children, described the creature as about 5'7", 170 centimeter. It had grey hair all over and a darker streak running back its scalp down to its back. When the creature got near, it raised its hand which says, Mr. Roper, holding a baton about the size of a rolled-up magazine. There is no doubt in my mind that it was going to hit me with it. It got right close. I could smell its breath and it stank like a koala's rear-end, I can tell you. I think it had a tail as well. Well, no one takes old John Roper without a fight. I grabbed the wheelbase I'd been using to change the tire and whacked it a beauty. Right in the eye. It squealed and ran back the way it came. And then the strangest thing happened. This thing just melted away. 1 minute it was there and then it just vanished. There was a cloud of dust like a column going into the air and then nothing. Mr. Roper fixed his tire and reported the incident at Vaughan Hills Police Station. Inspector Trisha Muscroft of WA Police confirmed Mr. Roper's report. She told the Bush Telegraph, "We were notified of an attempted assault on Hospital Road. We have no further reports of a person matching the description given by Mr. Roper, and no nearby hospitals have treated an eye injury in the last 4 days. We have allotted our officers to be on the lookout. Mr. Roper says, I know worries, and it spooked the hell out of me. I think I had a lucky escape. Mr. Roper's drawing of the alien is reproduced below. I swiped the page and gasped at the drawing. It was exactly like Helen, and the wide eyes, big nose, long hair. Only Helen had not had a streak of dark hair. How many are there? I read the article again and again. Below the article were the usual readers' comments suggesting that Mr. Roper had been drunk or hallucinating. One said, hairy, violent aliens. Isn't that every resident of Wangan? Lol. I searched for follow-ups or additional articles, but there were none. Eventually, I flipped my laptop shut and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Chapter 35. Next morning, Dad is on the phone talking to police and journalists or meeting with the people from the village who are being real nice and everything, but there's just not much more than people can do. I talked to Ma'am in the hospital. Her voice is hoarse and she's making a real effort to sound normal, but it's like when people try to sound happy when they're not. You can tell they're lying. Are you all right, ma'am? I say, which I know is a daft question. And I was here in my other ear, Tammy saying, obviously she's not Dammy. That's why she is in hospital. Yeah, Dammy. The name she gave me when I was little, to show that I'm real dull. And even though I know it's my imagination, it scares me because I wonder if I'm going to have a breakdown with Ma'am. She says, I'm fine, pet, but she isn't. She speaks a little slower than usual, but that's to be expected because she has been given some pretty heavy-duty medicine. I want to hug her and smell her. Danny and I had this thing. We haven't done it for ages actually, and it sounds silly written down. We'd both hug her together and try to squeeze as hard as we could until she begged us to let her go. I can't breathe, she'd say, but she would be laughing all the time. Then when we released, she'd say, double trouble. And I so want to do that again, and it makes me real sad, but I can't tell Mom because that would make her even sadder. So we have this sort of weird conversation where we pretend that she's okay and I'm okay and really neither of us is, so that by the time she says I have to go pit, I'm almost pleased, and that makes me feel even worse. Then I hand the phone back to Dad, who talks to her for ages. He is trying to be encouraging and upbeat and reassuring and all those things that Dad is normally good at. They are going for a press conference held at the pub at 3 this afternoon. Actually, not they. I'm also going to be there, and I don't want to be. And already there are journalists arriving while Sandra, the police family liaison officer, is in the kitchen talking to Grant. I hear Dad say bye, love, and he goes outside. When he comes back, his nose and eyes are red, though it might be from the cold. Meanwhile, I get a text from Iggy. Same place, half an hour, okay? Sandra says she's not sure if it's a good idea for me to go out, but when I ask her why, she can't really give a good answer. I feel a bit bad leaving Dad and Grant in the house, but I don't think Dad's head is all that straight, and Grant's not gonna forbid me from seeing a friend. Even once, like Iggy. My mind is a swirl of events as I cycle along the same route as yesterday afternoon. The road is icy and slippery, and my heart is thumping at what we might find. A real-life alien? I showed a news story from Australia about the man being attacked to Iggy. My phone is charged and ready to take pictures, although the camera function is still unreliable. I sort of allowed myself to daydream about what we'll find. I'll be famous! It's all going through my head as the cold wind whistles past. Ethan Tate, the boy who contacted outer space. It's the sort of thing you see on television. Coming up next on CNN, it's out of this world. The president meets the plucky British kid whose close encounter changed history. Best of all, I get Tammy back, and Kildare will be famous for something other than a tragic disappearance. People would flock to the village where it happened. I can imagine Dad's excitement. Come to the Stargazer, the best pub in the universe. Iggy and I stand on the rickety wooden jetty and I feel a fluttering in my stomach. The decking is littered and evidence of yesterday's evening's adventure is here and there. There's a fishing rod and a weight and a laser lure, an aluminium canoe paddle and a length of fishing line from Iggy's attempt to catch the giant pike. I kick away the dusting of snow where he had lain, bleeding, and the wood is stained with blood. Bobbing in the water, a few meters from the jetty, is the red boy. Iggy hasn't said anything. Perhaps he feels the same as me, that we have spent a sleepless night and half the day wondering if we had both had some sort of dream. A double hallucination? Is that even a thing? And here in front of us is real life evidence that we were there, that Iggy did bleed onto the planks. Susie plays in the snow, but keeps close to us. And it's almost as if she can remember the events of yesterday and isn't keen to repeat them. We did not, definitely not, imagine it all. Farther along the shoreline to my right, about 100 meters away, lies our upturned canoe, a little speck of orange in a tangle of undergrowth that comes down to the shore, and on the next little inlet along the narrow pebbly beach is something I had hardly noticed before. A shabby boathouse with a rusting, corrugated iron roof jutting out into the water. One side is completely open to the reservoir, revealing an empty interior. Its wooden walls had once been green, but the paint is now flecked and faded and covered with moss and ivy. It's difficult to see how you could get to it, so dense is the growth around it. Iggy and I haven't actually said much. He comes alongside and nudges me. He has taken off his flat cap and scratches his red hair thoughtfully. If you had landed here from who knows where would you go? I look at the empty boathouse as I answer slowly. I suppose I'd look for shelter. Chapter 36. Getting to the boathouse meant scrambling up the path to the main road again and walking along to the next path down. The thorns and twigs obscuring the path have been cut away in the recent days by search parties who have been up and down the path to look in the boathouse for Tammy, probably a few times. He gets off his bike and points to the ground. Thanks to the tree cover, the snow is less deep here, but we can still make out footprints leading away from the boathouse. Large footprints. I put my foot next to one. It's adult size. I feel my heart starting to thump again as we go down the path, even though there's no way of knowing for certain who has met them. The paints are rigid, as if from a boar of some sort, but I recall that the creature we met had been barefoot. So, hey, Tate, this way, he calls. The boathouse door is locked with a rusty bolt and a huge padlock, but it's easy to follow the footprints round to the side where there's a window a bit above head height that looks as though it has been forced open. It's just a bit too high to me to see in. Here, give me a leg up, I say to Iggy, who links his hands and helps me up so that I can see in. It's basically a large shed and dark inside, where the floor would normally be is water, with a wooden walkway running around three sides of the boathouse. There's stuff hanging on walls, looped ropes, a life belt attached to a rope, and life jackets. It looks like it hasn't been used in years and smells of mold. I call down to Iggy. It's empty. Come down, he says. Let me have a look. Here's an idea. Something, I don't know. He rummages in his shorts pocket and pulls out the laser lure, detached from its hooks that had been left on the jetty. Come on, leg me up. As I hold his foot, he shines the laser lure into the shed, and I hear him say, "Oh my word! What? What is it?" He calls back down to me. "It's here, Tate! It's here!" I hardly need to ask, but I say it anyway. "What is, Iggy?" "Let me down." I do so, and he stands facing me, eyes shining with excitement and fear. I'd say it was a spaceship, Tate, an invisible flipping spaceship. The same one we saw, or rather didn't see, last night. We swap over again and I take a turn with the leisure lore, shining its beam at the empty space in the boathouse and marveling as the green line bends around whatever it is there, floating on the water. This thing is about the size of a big leisure cruiser, but I can't work out its exact shape. There are lines and curves and they don't seem to meet where they should. I mean, is there a normal shape for a spaceship? I have an excellent idea. Iggy, I say. I'm going to try to take some videos of this laser thingy. If you proof. I steady myself by hooking my arm over the window ledge and I put my other hand into the back pocket to get my phone out, all while balancing on Iggy's hands. The video app on my dried out phone still isn't loading properly and I'm trying to swipe the screen when Iggy starts to shake. Careful, I say. Then Iggy says, No, Susie, get off. I wobble. As I wobble, I feel the laser lure in my left hand slip from my grasp and hear it plop into the water on the other side of the wooden wall. Iggy's hands give way and we both slide to the ground in a heap. Sorry, he says when we have picked ourselves up. Susie got on my feet. I guess now we know, I say. It wasn't our imaginations. He nods but I stay silent, staring at the ground. What's up? Iggy says. That's good, isn't it? We're not crazy. He's excited, tugging at my sleeve. I turn away, biting my lower lip. The snow has stopped and the lake is still a deep, silvery gray, perfectly reflecting the sky. I can hardly speak for fear, and I feel a huge blockage in my throat. It means we have to act, Tiggy. It means this is real. We are in the center of it all, you and me. If there is even the slightest, tiniest, minutest chance of all of this weirdness, if Tammy is safe somewhere and we can get her back, then I have no choice. Iggy fixes me so hard with his grey eyes that I have to stop myself shrinking back. His gaze is magnified by his thick glasses and I swallow hard. I recognize the look. He had it that day on the school taxi bus when he demonstrated the death ray. It's a look that is both determined and slightly crazy, and it's the crazy bit that scares me. I take out my phone to look at the time. Gotta go, Iggy. I explain about the press conference at 3. What if we both speak to your dad, Tate? Double the. I think of me and Tammy and our double the trouble thing with Ma'am. Double the number of witnesses sort of thing. If anything, having Iggy back up the story is going to make it less likely that my dad believes me. I don't want to tell my dad his opinion of him. But as for me, I'm beginning to think that having Iggy on my side is an advantage. I mean, in a truly crazy situation, having someone crazy with you might actually help. Chapter 37. I've texted Dan and Gran that I'm on my way back and so they don't get all anxious. Nan has pretty much given up objecting to Iggy anyways, and Gran doesn't even know him so far as I'm aware. It's 2:45 by the time Iggy and I push our bikes up the driveway of the Stargazer. It's already getting too snowy to ride them easily. Parked in front of the pub are various vehicles belonging to the TV people, 2 police cars and an old Mini with a British flag painted on the roof which belongs to Sandra, the police FLO. She is standing in the doorway of the pub without a coat on, arms wrapped around her against the coat, and she gives me one of those sad smiles when she sees me and raises her eyebrows in greeting to Iggy as well. Hi boys, she says. Where have you been? Beside me. I notice Iggy straighten up a bit as if offended by the question. I'm pretty certain that Iggy's had run-ins with the police before and I know he has met Sandra. None of your... It's okay, Iggy, she says gently. It's alright. It's good that, good that you two are getting out of the madness for a bit. We've just been for a walk, haven't we, Iggy? I say, fresh air and that. She nods. Too fresh, if you ask me. Flippin' freezing, isn't it? Come on, let's get in and get this over with. As we walk in, Sandra allows Iggy to get a few steps ahead with Susie hopping alongside him, and then she puts her arm around my shoulder and squeezes. You alright, pet? She murmurs, and I nod. I'm sorry about your ma'am. I spoke to your dad earlier and she'll be back in a couple of days, he recalls. Inside the main bar area, there are TV lights on stands and people milling about, and I can see Dad talking to the police superintendent who is now in charge of the search for Tammy. When Dad sees me, he breaks off his conversation and comes over to me. You okay about this, champ? He says. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, you know. I look over to the table. There is setup for the cameras, with little microphones and signs with names on, like Jones and so on. Gran is already sitting down. I'll be all right, Dad. I see. It's for Tammy, right? I have to force the words out. In fact, I can hardly speak at all. It's as if everything I have want to say about the creature Hellion, the invisible spaceship in the boathouse, about what happened on the jetty, and what she said about Tammy, and the report on the Australian website, all of it is backed up in my head like cars in a huge traffic jam, honking their horns and revving their engines, and nothing can move and nothing can get out. I take a deep breath and I'm about to say, Dad, can we talk for a minute, like quietly? And I'll tell him everything. But then Sandra comes over and says, all right, Adam, Ifan, shall we do this? Dad says, yes. And he takes a deep breath and pats me on the back. Ready, son? I've lost my chance. Moments later it starts, the superintendent makes a statement about every effort being made and not giving up hope and massive support in the community and so on, which I'm not really listening to. Camera clicks and flashes are going off all the time. Through it all, Grant is holding my hand under the table. Can you tell us how you're feeling, Ethan? Asked one of the journalists, and all I can do is shake my head and keep staring ahead and blinking until the camera flashes are blinding me. And Grant grips my hand even harder. How am I feeling? What sort of question is that? I feel like I've been transported into another world, a world that I've seen before on TV and in films where people read statements to the cameras, lined by officials in uniforms and suits, and flashes go off and reporters thrust microphones at you and call you by your name even though they really don't know you at all. Only now I'm in that world. Instead, I shake my head and say nothing. So instead of saying anything, I just shake my head. Adam, can you tell us how you're feeling? Says the same man after a moment. Ethan, can you remember? Adam, do you think there should have been more progress? Ethan, what's it like not knowing what happened to Tammy? Then without warning, Dad gets to his feet, toppling his chair. Get out, he says. He doesn't shout, but he doesn't have to. Get out of my pub, now. Dad is as gentle as anything, but he is so tall that he can be intimidating, even when he doesn't mean to be. Sandra, the FLO, is on her feet now too. Alright, that's enough everyone, enough. Thank you. We'll keep you informed. You all have the relevant numbers, so you'll learn of any new developments in the usual way. She turns to us, smiling grimly. Come on, you have had enough of us. I know. She says, but she has to raise her voice because the journalists and the others have all started to talk amongst themselves. It's chaos. And then I see him striding through the crowd. I'd forgotten that he was even there, but he had been standing quietly at the back with some of the other people from the village. And now he is coming straight at us, pushing through the press of people. He grabs the microphone from the table and in one movement leaps up onto the pool table in the middle of the room, followed by Suji, who flaps her wings to perch on the side. He shouts into the microphone, everybody, listen to me, now. A hush falls over the room as everyone turns to look, and my heart leaps in my throat. No, I want to say, but the words won't come out. And he wouldn't hear me anyways. Chapter 38. Testing. Everybody stops talking to look at the boy standing up there on the pool table with the microphone and a wild red hair sticking out from under his flat cap. I hear Dad beside me say, what the? But he doesn't do anything. I think he's too stunned. There's an emergency, shouts Iggy into the microphone. I'd like everybody to leave when they're whatever they're doing right now and follow me and Ifan outside. He points at me and everyone looks. Oh, thanks a bunch, Iggy. We have witnessed an alien landing and she may have the clue to Tammy's whereabouts. Beside me, Grant mutters, the little, and then she says a rude word, which, come to think of it, I had never heard Grant say before. I groan inside. The murmuring starts straight away, but the people are also really uncomfortable. One of the people who was standing outside said in a pretty scared voice, "Help! The Martians are coming!" But a couple of people turn and glare at him and say, "Shush! He is not good up." It's true. We think she's somewhere nearby right now, and there's an invisible spaceship in the old boathouse. You can see it with a laser light. There's a ripple of nervous laughter that is coming towards us, along with Sandra. "It's true," says Iggy again, sounding more manic. His glasses have slipped down his nose. He can tell that this is not going well. "And you have to help us. She's skinny and covered in hair, and it's a Mrs. Amos," says a voice at the back. Laughter and more shushes. By now, Dad and Sandra are next to Iggy. Dad's face is angry and concerned. "All right, son," he says gently as he draws level with Iggy. "You've had your fun. Please help us," yells Iggy as Dad reaches for the microphone. Iggy dodges out of the way. "Give me that microphone now," says Dad. "No," and get on from the pool table. It's all madness and I can do nothing but watch. Iggy is quacking and flapping. People are laughing because as a child they're a bit nervous as well. Someone says, "Buy the kid a beer." Eventually, Dad and Sandra wrestled Iggy off the pool table, snatching the microphone off him and marching him to the door. "That's enough," Dad says. "Out. Take your darned chicken with you as well. And as for you," he says, pointing a thick forefinger at me, "was this your idea? I can't believe this. Why would you do something like this?" I'm sorry," I say. But it's true." The murmuring and laughter continues around us. Dad walks over to me and puts his face close to mine so that no one else can hear. He speaks rapidly, his voice a low hiss of anger and disappointment. "I have no idea just how the hell you thought that was going to help. I'm speechless, Ifan. I really am. I'm only glad your mom's not here to see this. With everything that's happening, how could you imagine that this would be funny? It wasn't mean to be funny, Dad. It's true. I cry last night. This website, I'm trying not to cry in front of everyone, but the sobs are coming out. Stop it. Stop it right now." He jabs his finger into my chest hurt. "You will go straight to the kitchen, then out of the back road and go straight home, where you can think about the damage and hurt you and your mate you have caused while I try to clear up this mess. Understood?" Without saying anything else, because despite my efforts, I've just burst out crying, I turn away and hurry in the direction he said, feeling shame clinging to me like a smell. I go through the big pub kitchen and out of the back door which opens onto the car park. Our little house is on the other side of the snow-covered tarmac. I'm halfway across the car park when I see Iggy leaning on a garden gate, his hands in his shorts pockets and Iggy's head poking out of his jacket. Through my tears, I still manage to shout, "You idiot!" As I come near and I stop facing him, I'm breathing heavily and I'm this close to punching his stupid face. My face is balled up already, but then we both hear it at the same time. A loud hissing, followed by, "Ifan! Ifan! Icky!" Chapter 39. Well, that changes my mood. "It's her," says E, and suddenly all my anger and shame vanishes. I whip my head around looking for the source of the voice. I hear it again, louder this time and more urgent. "Ifan! Icky!" I swallow hard. I turn back towards the pub and take a step before I feel Iggy's hand on my shoulder. "Where are you going?" "Back to the pub. It's full of journalists and police, and my dad. Exactly what we need." He froze his brow in excitement and puzzlement. "What? Because it went so well last time, you mean?" he says sarcastically. "What are you going to say exactly?" "Ifan! Icky! Turn around! I'm over here." It's still only 3:30, but the weak winter sun, shrouded behind thick snow cloud, has already started fading. And the open car park isn't yet dark, but in the woods, which come right up to the car park fence, the shadows are longer and blacker. My heart is pounding as I peer into the dark woods beyond the handful of cars that are here. I wrap my jacket tight around me. Is she hiding behind one of the cars? Or even in one? Iggy detaches his bicycle light and is already striding off towards the trees. I don't want to be left behind on my own, so I scuttle after him. He stops at a gap in the fence and gazes into the darkness of the woods beyond a sign announcing Kildare Woodland Walk. I come alongside him, relieved that he has stopped, and try to will him with my mind not to go up the path and into the trees because I don't think I have the courage to follow him. We wait for the voice to come again. I swallow hard when it sounds really loud. How? I ask Iggy. How did she know where we were? Then, from behind the biggest trees, about 2 meters in front of us, appears her hairy face encircled by the hood of a dark green sailing jacket. We stand, transfixed, as she steps out of the tree's shadow into the beam of Iggy's bicycle light. I look behind me to see if we have been followed, but we haven't. Suddenly, the pub seems very distant at the other end of the car park. I look back at the creature who takes a step towards us and twitches her large nose. You smell, she says. That is how I found you. We both gasp. Iggy drops his light into a pile of snow and it snaps off. Suddenly we are in semi-darkness and I'm terrified, scouting around in the earth and the snow to find the light. I start back towards the pub, but Helene's voice is urgent. Stop! I told you before. You do not tell anyone that I am here. We are disturbed by a sweep of headlights as a noisy vehicle turns into the car park and heads straight towards us. I feel myself being dragged into a crouch behind a big grey Land Rover as Iggy grabs my coat collar and says, It's them. Get down. What? I say, Who? Shh. He is this. It's the Joffs. I noticed that car's noise anywhere. Chapter 40. I know without turning around that Helene is crouched down with us. Her smell really is pretty pungent and I try not to breathe. This is probably a good thing because every breath we take in the cold air sends up clouds of condensation which would reveal our hiding place. The Jaws park their car about 10 meters away and when they kill the engine I hear 2 car doors open then slam shut and footsteps in the fresh snow getting closer. Look, Dad, there's one here and some more there. Look, some more what? He slowly rises up till he can see through the side windows of the Land Rover, which are lightly dusted with snow. George Jr. says, See that? They're leading to Woodland Walk. It's definitely been here. Footprints! They've seen Helene's footprints. The Jaws take another couple of steps closer and we are hardly breathing now. I think that if my heart beats any harder, they'll hear it. I hear the click of a cigarette lighter and a moment later the smell of tobacco is followed by a prolonged juicy cough. The cougher then hacks up a lump of throat matter and spits it. It lands with a splat behind us while Job Sr. chuckles and says, Nice one, son. Proper Trump's oyster, that one. Mind me, Helen goes sniffing at the smell of tobacco smoke and I turn, putting my finger to my lips. She imitates me but she doesn't understand what the gesture means. Anyway, she's being quiet. I think she realizes that we are scared. The younger man says, Dad, we could be, mistaken. I mean, it was dark and everything. The older George sighs. Listen, son. We know what we saw. The observatory's got the biggest non-military telescope in the country, and it picked up something in the skies, and it wasn't flaming Santa Claus. Not only that, but we saw them flashes. We were on the scene straight away, and we saw that thing. I tell you, if it hadn't been for those damn kids, so they had seen her. That doesn't sound good. George Jr. answers his dad with another bout of coughing, then says, But Dad, if the RAF had picked it up, they'd have been snooping around already. Joffrey's son, we have been through this. Maybe they did something, but ignored it. Maybe they're waiting to see if it happens again. Maybe they saw not as the fella walking their telescope was on his Christmas break. We just don't know, do we? Thing is, what we saw was worth investigating. Dad, I know you don't want to hear this, but You gonna say we should go to the police, aren't you? Notify the authorities? You, son, have got your mother's streak of cowardice. We have been having the chance of earning a fortune as a father and son team who captured a flaming extraterrestrial, and you want to throw that away? I don't know what's wrong with you. Imagine the fame, Geoffrey. I suddenly feel bad. What George Senior is describing sounds vain and selfish, but it is what I was thinking not long ago. Very similar to whatever thoughts I am having are scattered in their minds when Susie stretches out her neck. I see it before Iggy can only watch in horrified silence as she goes bog, bog, bog back. He tries to clap his hand over her beak, but it's too late. What the blazes was that? I hear George Senior say, followed by the sound of his footsteps as he approaches. At the same time, there's a rustle behind me, and Helen is off at a crouching run, heading for the woodland walk path. Blimey! There it is, Dad! Look! Cries Geoff Jr. Let a dog out. I hear the car's hatchback door pop open. Go, Sheba! Go, seek! She's got a scent! Look! Go, Sheba! I hear rather than see. Sheba rush off into the forest floor, followed by Geoff Jr. waving a torch, and find myself hoping with all my heart that Helen will get away. I don't have much time to think about it as Geoff Jr. and has gone and Geoff Sr. is towering over us. You two again, he growls. I think we need to have a little chat. Get in my car. Chapter 41. Geoff Sr. clicks his car key to open it, and the vehicle's interior lights come on. In a glow, A and I exchange a look. I'm definitely not about to get into a stranger's car, even if he isn't a complete stranger. I'm not that stupid, and neither, I think, is Iggy. And what can we do other than run back to the pub or to my house? I check out the distance. It's not all that long away, is it? He wouldn't pursue us into the pub, surely, but I really do not fancy going back in there again. What about Gran? Would we be endangering her? All of these thoughts are going through my mind when Geoff Sr. says, I'm waiting. He gives a tiny shake of his head and a flick of his eyes towards the pub. So we'll run for it. I've already shifted my weight to my lead foot to start running when from the woods comes a ferocious growling, followed by a terrible animal scream. Go on, Sheba! Get it! Shouts Geoff Jr. Sheba? Calls Geoff Sr. Geoff, what's going on? He moves towards the woods and then turns back to us. Don't you dare move. There's another bout of snarling and a howl of pain. The dog's got her, says Iggy, very excited and sad at the same time. From the black woods comes an urgent sound. Oh my God, Dad! She's dead! Quickly! Geoff Jr. runs into the darkness, where the light of Geoff Jr.'s torch beams can be seen fluttering through the branches. I really don't want to see Helen's body carried out. I give Iggy a nudge and we run to the other side of the car park where we feel safer. Then Iggy stops. I want to see, he says. I want to see what they do with her. And so we wait by the little grate that leads up our path, not even bothering to hide. Something has changed with the Jaws running into the woods and the screams of Helen. Somehow we feel more confident that the Jaws will not come after us. Besides, I'm only a few meters from my front door. Then we see the torchlight bobbing nearer and two figures emerging from the woods. The fire figure, Geoff Jr., carries Helen's limp body in his arms. The car headlights flicker on with a little bleep, and Geoff kneels down in front of the lights, obscured by the car, meaning we can't see what he is doing. Examining Helen's body, I guess. I glance across at Iggy. His face is sad. Then he puffs out his cheeks and shakes his head slowly. Dead Ellie and Tate. This is gonna be huge. I think about the thing I saw on YouTube. Alien autopsy, the Roswell incident, Area 51. Hang on, I say. Look. Both Geoffs are bending down to pick up the body. They shuffle around out of the headlights towards the back of the car, one jaw holding the arms, the other the legs. I think we both noticed it together. That's not her, I say. It's a dog. We are too far away to see clearly, but it looks as though Sheba has suffered a massive gash across her throat and down her chest. Quit your flaming crying, you wet blanket, barks the older man to his son. It's just a dog. Honestly, you're worse than your mother. The jaws heave the dead dog into the back of the car. By now, our confidence has diminished again, and we have both shrunk back behind a bush by my front gate, although we can still see what's happening. Geoff Sr. slams the car's hatchback and turns to shout into the forest. Will you back, you fiend? Then he looks towards where we were hiding and shouts, Hey kids, not a word, or you'll pay. He goes round to the driver's door and yells to Geoff Jr., What are you waiting for? Let's go and get the boss and put that thing away. It's evidence. I hadn't noticed before, but Geoff Jr. has under his arm a black baron, the one that Helene used to hit Iggy's leg. He tosses it into the car, then he gets into it and speeds out of the car park, sending flurries of fresh snow clouding off the car roof and spitting up from the rear ends. I look at Iggy, who has a strange expression on his face. Who's their boss? I ask. He shakes his head in a monotone. It's not a person, at least I don't think so. Eh? He said, let's get the boss. I know. Boss and Company. It's a brand of shotgun. Iggy and I run back to where the car was. There are splatters of Sheba's blood leading from the woodland path and a small pool of it where they put her down in front of the headlights. I think we both know what will happen next, so we stand and wait in the snow for Helene to emerge from the woods. She doesn't take long. Her face and hands are covered in blood and there's a long tear in the sailing jacket. She stays in the shadows. Thank you, she rasps. Then she adds, Please help me. She's trembling. I have never killed anything before, but it was going to kill me and she kind of buckles at her knees and I have to hold her up. I stop myself gagging at her smell. I look over at Iggy to try to work out what to do next, and his big face is a picture of fear. It's the blood that does it. Suddenly we are aware of Helene's power and we are scared. At least I am. I follow Iggy's gaze. People are coming out of the pub's side entrance. The press conference has finished. Around us in the car park, the cars go blip blip and the amber sidelights flash as people unlock them remotely. No one has seen us yet and we are still in the shadows, but we are pretty exposed. It's a perfect opportunity to get help. No people, hide me, says Helene urgently. Her mouth is pulled back, showing her teeth. I look at her for a moment. Her face is terrifying and blurry. She has just killed a vicious dog with those teeth. I don't feel like crossing her. Your house? Says Iggy. Come on, quickly. No, my grand's there. As if on cue, I hear Grant's voice from the direction of my house. Ethan, are you there? Behind the pub, I say, pointing. Take her round behind the kitchen. No one will see you there. This then is how I end up making friends with the strangest creature I have ever met, and it's all about to get a lot stranger. Chapter 42. This all happened in about 30 minutes from when Iggy and I pushed our bikes up the driveway of the Stargazer to him wrecking the press conference and all that. I hear Grant's voice again. Ethan, where are you? Coming, I shout. I turn to Iggy and Helen. Go around the side of the car park. Stay in the shadows. Come to the front door in 5 minutes. I'll meet you there. Iggy looks horrified. You're leaving me alone with this? What if she's got a test for blood? I can be next. Do not be concerned, Iggy. I'm a vegetarian. I do not eat people or any mules, says Helene. Any mules? Iggy repeats. She means animals. He looks at her, then shrugs. My mom would approve. Follow me. He slides into the shadows of the edge of the car park, followed by Helen, and I jog back through the snow to the house where Gran is waiting in the doorway. And suddenly, just like that, I'm back in normal land. Eve and love, she says as I walk up the path. What was all that about? Your dad's very upset. Where were you? Oh, great. Even more trouble to be in. Sorry, we were just like having a snowball fight. Grant purses her lips. That Iggy character, she says, and shakes her head. Is it him putting all these daft ideas in your head? We stand together in the doorway and Grant sniffs the air, a puzzled look crossing her face. I look back at her thin, red-cheeked face. Should I try again? Should I go for the "you've got to believe me" approach? Would it work? Her face softens a bit and her eyes sprinkle at the edges. Come on in, pet, and wipe your shoes. I think you have trodden in something. I'll make some hot chocolate. There's a concert by that Felina lass on the Netflix, you know? She did that daft chicken hop song that you and Tam. She stops herself abruptly. I think she's embarrassed and she retreats into the warmth of the house and doesn't see Iggy coming up the path. Coming, Gran. When she's gone, I whisper to Iggy. Where is she? Where's Helen? She's fine. She's in the pub's toilet. My jaw drops again. She's where? What are you playing at? She was freezing to death. I needed to get her out of the cold and somewhere she wouldn't be seen. It's fine. She has locked the door to the cubicle. I call back into the house. I've left my phone in the pub, Gran. Back in a minute. I don't wait for a response. I'm already at the gate. Come on, we've got to get her. The pub's toilets are located off the little entrance lobby, so we don't have to go into the bar. Through the glass window leading to the bar room, I see Dad leaning against a stool talking to a police officer. Perfect. I'll go and check on Helen and then bring Dad and the policeman to see her. I know. She said not to tell anyone, but honestly, what choice do I have? This is the only sensible option. Iggy and I both bundle into the loo, which is empty. Alien, it's us, I say. I look under the cubicle door and see 2 feet in Wellington boots. Open the lock. I hear it go back at the same time as the door to the toilet opens. In a panic, Iggy and I push into the cubicle and slam the door shut as 2 men walk in. We hear them go, and then one of the men lets rip with a big fork. Ordinarily, I'm pretty sure Iggy and I would have laughed, but neither of us is in a laughing mood. A moment passes and the younger man says, Oh my God, was it yours, Dad? Can you smell that? What in God's name have you been eating? We look at each other in horror. The chops! Not me, son. It smelled like that when we came in. It's helly and they're smelling. I had noticed it, but I guess I'm getting a bit used to it. Suddenly, he clears his throat with a deep, grown man's growl. The 2 jaws leave without saying anything, no doubt thinking that the offending smell came from the occupant of the cubicle. Iggy's dad's voice that Iggy imitated was totally damn good. Iggy laughed at me. Then he cracked open the door and looked around. The coast clear. Clear for what? What are we going to do when... I gotta get my... I don't say that. I don't want to alarm Helen. I'll check the lobby. He hurries out to see if the lobby is empty. In the time that he's gone, I look at Helen, bloodstained, shivering with cold. She's got toilet paper wrapped thickly around her hands and stuffed into her belly tops. To warm them up, I suppose. It's amazing how quickly thoughts can pass through your head. Am I simply going to march into the bar and announce to the policeman, here is the alien? Everyone will look around and see her there. They'll surely have to believe me. I can trust God. I can trust a policeman, surely? Then Helen grasped my arm, staring me. I turned to look at her strange, ugly face with blood dried into the downy covering of hair. She sniffs and gives a little shake of her head. Please, she says. This is unnerving. It's exactly as though she has read my mind, and I immediately feel guilty. But what else can we do? Her eyes are big and pleading, and I try to tell myself again that I've got no choice, and I'm succeeding to convince myself, I think, when she says, do the chicken hop. I'm amazed to hear the words of the song that Gran mentioned only 5 minutes ago. The song that Tammy and I used to sing to each other. Tammy loves that old song by Felina that is repeated every Christmas in every supermarket. It's been in my head since Gran mentioned it. I stare at the creature in front of me who looks back at me with her sad, slow blinking eyes. Did she just read my mind? Or was it just a coincidence? I don't know how long I'm staring at her. Probably only a second. But it's long enough to know that I cannot betray Tammy. That I'll do anything to get her back, and if that means keeping the secret of this creature for a little longer, then that is what I'm going to do. At that moment, the toilet door slams open and Nikki comes hurtling back in. They're back! Get in! We all squeeze again into the little cubicle as the jaws come back and then sniff loudly. You're right, Dad. That's definitely the same smell. That thing's been in here for certain. The handle on the cubicle rattles. Iggy pulls the seat lid down and stands on the toilet, helping Helen up too. The door handle rattles again. Come on out. We know you're in there. Iggy points at my legs and mouths the word pants down, miming pulling down his shorts. Just do it. So I do. He turns me around so that I'm facing away from him, and only then do I understand why. As I hear someone crouching down and seeing the top of her head in the gap at the bottom of the toilet door. Anyone looking in will have seen a single pair of feet with pants around the ankles. He's a pretty smart boy, Iggy. There's someone in there, Dad, whispers Geoff Jr. Of course there is, Geoffrey, a bloody alien, and we are gonna catch it. Do your thing, son. The cubicle shakes as Geoff Jr. kicks at the door hard. The third kick bursts the lock and the door bursts open. Chapter 43. The two Geoffs cram into the doorway of the toilet cubicle and stare in disbelief. What I see is this. Two boys, one, Iggy, in a flat cap, massive woolly sweater and baggy shorts. The other, me, with his pants around his ankles, standing in a huge pile of toilet paper. A green sailing jacket lies on the floor. Can we help you, gentlemen? Says he in his poshest sounding voice. I can't believe his trick, but then again, this is a boy who has spent a lifetime driving adults almost insane. The jaws look first at us and at each other. Where is it, you little thorax? Snarls Job Senior finally. With a massive effort, I force myself not to glance up to the little window where Helian clambered out, leaving the sailing jacket with me and discarding the toilet paper that had been wrapped around her hands and stuffed in her valise. I've got no idea what you're talking about, says Iggy, sounding sincere, but you've set back Efan's recovery by several months. The older Joel scrunches up his face and says, What? He suffers from laboratorial anxiety syndrome. Can't visit public laboratories without risking panic attacks. Right, Ifan? Somehow, Iggy has managed to make his voice sound both patient and annoyed, as though he is giving the jaws a telling off. I start to tremble and say quaveringly, Yes, it's been made worse by recent events. So I'm just in here helping him, and you've ruined everything, including the toilet door. Evan's dad is going to be very unhappy with you, especially if you're bringing that into his pub. Iggy nods downwards and I follow his gaze. Poking out of the bottom of Job Jr.'s long coat is the shiny barrel of a shotgun. Whether it's because of Helian's disappearance or being confronted by a kid telling them off, the Jaws are rendered speechless. Do they believe him about laboratorial anxiety syndrome? Whether they do or not, they probably aren't going to risk being found having an argument with two young boys in a pub toilet, especially with one of them carrying a gun. At that moment, the door to the gents' toilet opens and the policeman who was talking to Dad walks in on the little scene. He stops and looks at us quizzically. At least I have pulled my pants up by now. Job Jr. says by way of explanation, caught this to stealing bog roll. But probably not the sort of thing to concern you, officer. Then turns to us. We are watching you, he whispered, and they both bustled out. The policeman knows who I am and probably thinks that if I want to waste the loot roll from my parents' pub, that's my business. He says nothing anyways. Iggy and I wait until the postman is then we leave as well, dumping the toilet paper in the bin on the way out. Helen is crouched, hugging herself against the cold behind a huge kitchen bin below the gents' toilet window. She grabs the green sailing jacket from me, and as she tries to pull it on, she nods gratefully. At least I think it's gratefully. I haven't seen her smile, but perhaps they don't. Or more likely, perhaps she doesn't have much to smile about. He helps her on with the coat like a kindly old man with his wife. As he does, his sleeve falls back to show his wristwatch, and I see with a twist in my stomach what the time is. I told Gran that I'd be right back. She was making hot chocolate. I know the routine. She'll make it in the kitchen, then holding a cup in each hand, she'll open the door to the living room with her warm and then chant, hot chocolate, drinking chocolate, because it was on some ad on TV ages ago. I've gotta go, I say. What? Or you'll turn into a pumpkin? Says Iggy, incredulously. Come off it. You can't leave me right now. I have to. Or I'm not sure exactly what might happen. Or I'll be in trouble. As I end the sentence, leave. Like we are not already. What are we going to do with our new friend? Beside him, Helen stands shivering. I've already thought about this. First, though, I have to lie to my gran. I feel guilty with every letter I type into my phone. I'm staying here. Sandra, the FLO, wants to ask me some more questions about Tammy. Honestly, it feels horrible drawing Tammy into my deception that I know that Gran won't want to interfere with the police's questions. Then I make the lie better by adding, sorry about the hot chocolate, extra for you. Enjoy the concert. Kisses. Sometimes I really hate myself, especially now when I'm lying to my gran. Chapter 44. Matt makes mental rentals is a bicycle hire place 50 meters up the hill behind the pub, but it's been shut since October half term. He explains. Mick spends the winter surfing in Hawaii. I helped him to clean the place last summer and he lent me a Segway for a day in return. I still have the access code. Cool. Helen watches him saying nothing as Iggy punches in the code. I hear the lock pop open and we're in. He unbuttons his jacket and Susie flaps out onto the floor. Helen remains expressionless. No lights, we're not supposed to be here, remember? Iggy says. So I take out my phone and turn on the torch. I give a low whistle. Wow, look at all those bikes. It's basically a huge shed with dozens of mountain bikes hung up on racks and workbenches for repairs. Above the sales counter is a head-high platform with a sleeping mattress accessed via ladder. At the end of the shed is a tiny kitchen and a bathroom, and that's it. Meg has left the place very neat. All the workbenches are clean and all the bikes are tidily stored onto their hangers. Then we hear a strange arc. Helen is spinning a rear wheel by turning the pedals of a hanging bike and watching in fascination, making the strange low barking noise. E nudges me and chuckles. Blame me. Someone's having fun. Fun is probably not the right word. Fascination might be better. Her face shows no delight, just absorbed interest. Her eyes follow the chain from the pedal crank as it drives the rear wheel. Then she watches us bicycle, she says solemnly in her raspy croak. Then, I am hungry. In the corner of the shop is a switched-off vending machine. Iggy reaches behind it and it flickers to life, its big glass window revealing crisps and drinks. Want any money? Asks Iggy. I fill in my pocket and bring out a Euro 1 coin, a 20p piece, and a rubber band. Iggy has a Euro 2 coin. Helen leans in close and watches as we insert our money and a can of Coke, a packet of cheesy Wotsits, and a Mars bar tumble into the big collection hopper at the bottom of the vending machine. Iggy finds some bicycle lights with batteries in them beneath the sales counter and he brings them to the little reception area, which is just some soft benches arranged around a glass-topped table. We plug in a fan heater that belches out dusty smelling air that warms our feet but not much else. There's also a camping lamp, an old-fashioned one which Iggy lights with the souvenir electric cigarette lighter he had found. Helene flinches when she sees the flame but then seems to relax. And there, in the ghee glow of two bike lights and a flickering camping lantern, we watch as Helene tries to eat the stuff we have given her, and she tells us who she is and what's she doing here. I really think without exaggeration that it is the strangest thing that two human beings have ever heard. And that includes people who have heard Uncle Jan's story of how he fought off a shark in the Bahamas when he was 18, which turned out to be mostly lies. Chapter 45. As we open the packets of food, he looks up and pats the seat next to him. Sit down, he says to Helene. It's incredible. We are in a half-dark bicycle rental shop with what I am by now most really certain is an alien from outer space, and he is behaving like ma'am does when she is on her best manners. Why? Says Helene. He glances over at me and then says, Alright, standing is good. So she stands there, a naked, hairy, humanish creature in Wellington boots, sniffing at the open packet of cheesy worsits. They have got cheese in them. It's made from milk, rich in healthy things and other stuff. Helene's eyes widen. Human milk? Iggy's eyes widen to match Helene's. No, oh God, no. Cow's milk. Do you not drink human milk? I believe you are mammals. Your females produce milk, and yes, I know we drink it when we are babies. And then you change to drinking cow's milk. Iggy nods. Why? He pushes back the cap from his head and is deep in thought for a moment. Eventually he says, I think collecting human milk would be just too weird. Wouldn't you say, Tate? I only nod. I'm thinking, why are we talking about this when I have a sister to rescue? Food can wait. But still, Iggy and Helene are talking. What about this? She points to the Mars bar. That's chocolate, food of the gods, that is. You give food to your gods? No, it's just an expression. Although, now you mention it, I think some people might, in other cultures. This, I think, could take a long time. Helene tears off a bit of Mars bar with her long fingers. She sniffs it and puts it in her mouth, then spits it out on the floor. Not good, she says, and wipes her long grey tongue with the back of her hand. Next, she tries the cheesy worsits. She doesn't spit them out, and as we watch, she quickly eats the whole packet. Iggy and I finish the chocolate. When I pop open the can of Coke, she drinks it thirstily, then grimaces as the bubbles go down her throat and up her nose. She splutters and coughs. What is this? She says and belches noisily. Iggy shrugs. Do you know, he says, it's just fizz. I've had to avert my face from the smell of Helene's burp, but I know the answer. It's carbon dioxide, CO2. It's added to the drink to make it fizzy. Helene burps again. Why? Now it's my turn to shrug. Don't know, for fun, I suppose. Helene looks at me, blinking rapidly. I think she is utterly baffled by what I've just said. I say, now can we talk about Tammy? Chapter 46. I don't know if anyone has ever told you anything so amazing, incredible, that you just cannot believe it, yet at the same time you have no choice but to believe it. I guess not, but that's what it's like listening to Helene in the shadowy bike shop that smells of rubber and oil combined with the pungent odor of alien being blown towards us by the fan heater while she walks in front of us. She paces around, never sitting, a hairy bundle of nervous energy. And for once, Iggy ends up stunned into silence. He sits unblinking, mouth open. I know what your sister is, Helene begins. I nod slowly, my eyes wide and my heart hammering with hope in my chest. She is alive, but she is a long, long way away. I lick my lips dry, swallow hard, and glance over at Iggy, who hasn't moved. Look at this. She reaches behind her back and detaches the strange shiny backpack that we saw before when she healed Iggy's leg. She opens the top and takes out a small grey rectangular block about the size of a paperback book, which she positions on the glass-top table behind us. She strokes her fingers over one of the books, and 30 centimeters above it appears a bright white line like the length of super illuminated floating wire. That impresses me, and I say, wow! But A remains silent, as if we know something even more incredible is about to happen. From out of the glowing line, a picture appears, blurred at first, then after a few seconds, slowly becoming pin sharp. It's not a picture, it's a scene in 3D, like a hologram only in black and white, like an old movie. In the scene, people are moving around only a few centimeters tall on the tabletop in front of us. It looks like a street scene in a city. There are cars and buildings. Someone throws a ball for a dog. A tree's branches wave in the wind. I watch transfixed and I glance down at Iggy, whose eyes are darting from one point to another in the scene before us. Why? Iggy says, but Iggy holds up her hand to stop him. She reaches into the scene, her hands passing through the seemingly solid people and buildings, and strokes the book again, making the picture freeze. The scene changes and a grid appears, dividing the scene into dozens of little blocks. Then one of the blocks grows to fill the space, and there she is. Slowly I reach forward, my hand trembling, lips parted. There's no mistaking who it is. I say, Tammy? The picture moves again. Tammy's 3D head is almost life-size and the detail is incredible even if the image is not in color. She turns but she is not looking at us. Her eyes are blank and her face displays an empty half smile. She touches her chest with her hand and says, Tammy. Then off-camera voice says, Hell yeah. I am breathing heavily and to my surprise, tears are streaming down my face although I didn't know I was trying. Where is she? I say quietly. She is in danger, says Helen. Very grave danger. The image on the glass tabletop fades and dies. Iggy lifts his face to stare at Helen. Did you kidnap her? Not me, she says. It was quickly and forcefully, but I immediately believe her. But yes, she was taken. She was taken by someone who then sold her. Sold her? Who to? What for? Is she okay? My mind is racing with the horrible possibilities. Helen speaks slowly as though she is trying to be gentle. She kneels down in front of us. Nothing very bad has happened to her. Not yet. She is not even aware of our situation thanks to a process that you would call consciousness erasing or mind cleaning. Like a computer memory wipe? I suggest fearfully and Helen nods. Yes, but do not worry about that. Her consciousness is simply masked. Hidden, you might say. And we can, I believe, get her back. There's a long pause. Eventually I say, we? Helen stands up. Yes, she says. We, this is dangerous. I need your help. I cannot do this alone. I have had enough. I want to be told the whole truth right now and I throw out my arms in frustration. Where is she? I demand with my voice rising and stamping my foot with each word. Helen seems unmoved and carries on speaking in her guttural monotone. Have a look at this. This looks like Earth, right? She strokes the silver grey block so that the street scene appears again. We look carefully. The buildings, the cars, trees, dog. Yeah, I say. I suppose. Wow! I stop when a huge pair of birds like hawks or something swoops into the scene, circles and flies out. Helen enlarges the scene again to show a shop front. Only it looks like a shop front from years ago, an old village toy shop like you see in old pictures. The more we look, the odder it becomes. The cars of the street are an ancient and strange mixture of styles. Low sports car, ancient rattling wagons, I don't know, from 1920s or something. There's even a tractor. And the people, there are maybe 10 or 20 of them, no more. The same people walk up and down the road, in and out the shops, crossing the road pointlessly over and over again. A woman gets in a car, drives it up the street and out of the scene and then it repairs. Coming the other way, after which she parks it, gets out, goes into the shop and repeats the whole thing. Iggy and I watch, transfixed, literally speechless. Then Iggy utters a groan. Oh my god, look, two figures appear. They walk down the middle of the street. They look like Hellion. And look at all these people. It's all fake, I say, but Iggy shakes his head. It's not fake, it's real. It's a zoo. I feel sick and turn away, directing my anger at Helen. That's horrible. Why would you do that? Helen has picked up Susie and is holding her gently. For knowledge, for learning. But the creed is strong. That is why I am here. As Iggy and I glance at each other, Helen strokes Susie. I have never held an animal before. It feels good. Chapter 47. I have so many questions I want to ask. Where is this? Who are the other people in the scene? How did they get there? And at the exact moment my phone buzzes in my pocket. Ma'am. I think for a second about letting it ring through to voicemail, but she's in hospital. I put my finger to my lips, telling the others to be quiet, and swipe to answer the call. Hi, ma'am. I'm trying so hard to sound normal that even those two syllables sound as though they tremble. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Mom's voice sounds normal. Not drugged or slow or anything I was expecting, and I'm so relieved I find myself grinning just at the sound of her voice. I'm okay. Where are you? She tells me she is feeling better, but they still stand worried, and the doctors have recommended rest and some more treatment, and I am listening and distracted at the same time because Helen and Iggy are watching me take this call. Where are you? Ma'am asked. I am at Iggy's. I lie and I hate myself immediately for lying to my ma'am who is in hospital. I'm just heading home in a minute. You're at Iggy's? But your dad's been trying to get you. He's called Iggy's mom. I look at the screen of my phone, 2 missed calls from dad. My phone's been acting weird, I got it wet, and we were at the back in Iggy's shed. His shed? Where did that come from? I don't think Iggy even has a shed. So you're on your way back? Okay, I'll tell you that. I miss you. Defan, laugh. Her voice trails off, and I think she moves her phone away from her face and hear a little sob. There's a lump in my throat that feels like a golf ball because I know ma'am is trying to be brave with me on the phone. I want to say it's alright, ma'am, you can cry, but I don't because she's talking quite quickly so she can get off the phone and cry. I'll be back home soon, Afan. Be a good lad. I love you. Bye. She has gone before I can even say bye in response. I put my phone in my pocket and Helen approaches me sniffing deeply. You lie very effectively. When we lie, we smell it instantly. You do not smell at all. Not of lying anyways. Thanks I suppose. Listen, my dad's been asking for me. I have to go. But what do we do? Iggy asks. He looks first at Helen and then at me, pleading with his eyes for an answer. We will bring her back, says Helen evenly. But you must tell no one. No one at all. It will threaten the whole plan. You have a plan? I say, and I know I sound pleading and desperate, but I just don't care. Oh yes, I have a plan. It requires total secrecy. Yeah, sure, whatever. I say, but it comes out too easily. Helen blinks slowly. You may not actually smell when you deliver falsehoods, but sometimes it is obvious. You're thinking of telling your father as soon as you get back, are you not? No, Stop it. You are. Of course you are. Humans are dependent on their parents. Only if you do that, he will inform the police, and police will inform the military, and I will be unable to leave, and Philip will be discovered, which will have hang on. Who is Philip? Philip is what you would call an artificial intelligence. Right now, though, he is repairing my craft. He is so powerful that were he to fall into the hands of odd people, it would have a devastating effect. You have to trust me. We say nothing. Can I trust her? Do I have a choice? One more thing, she says. My stick, I have mislaid it. I dropped it by the tree when the dog attacked me. I must get it back. Oh, come on, that may be difficult, I say. I tell her that I saw the younger Geoff holding it. That is a problem then that we must solve tomorrow. I cannot leave it here. She says it all so calmly and matter of fact. Dad just has to lose his keys and is swearing and slamming doors. That is much more important, and Helen hasn't even raised her voice. It's like she doesn't even know how to panic. Iggy points out of the bed platform above the cells, just beds up there, toilet at the back. You'll find drinking water there as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back at the 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Helen shakes her head uncomprehendingly and Iggy sighs. There's a clock mounted on the wall by the till. Look, when the long hand is pointing straight up and his little hand... Oh, forget it. It'll be shortly after it gets light. Alright? I grab my jacket and leg it back down the hill while Iggy locks the big front doors of Mad Mixed Mental Rentals. She has a plan, I think. It's only a tiny bit of hope, but it's better than no hope at all. Chapter 48. It's only when I take my jacket off in the hallway that I realize how much it stinks of helium. The house is quiet. Grandma must have gone to bed, and Dad is still at the stargazer. I'm throwing my jacket in the plastic carrier bag and hurrying up the stairs when I hear his key in the door. By the time he comes into my room, I'm in bed in my pajamas with the jacket shoved under my bed. Ethan, he says as he comes up the stairs, and I don't like the way he says it. He comes into my room and sits on the edge of my bed. Normally this means that a talk is to be delivered, but right now, with Tammy missing, I don't think that's going to happen. I mean, my dad looks like he has been in a fight, which of course he hasn't, but he looks worn out and beaten up from worry and grief. Where were you? I tried to call you. I repeat the half lie that my phone got wet and I missed his call without answering the bit about where I've been. Dad nods and sighs. I'm not sure he's even listening. He turns his body to face me and he looks worse than I've ever seen him. He's in his dirty t-shirt and jeans and has a beard stubble that's grey in patches that I've never noticed before. Not only that, but his eyes are sunken and when he sighs, I get a huge waft of alcohol from his breath. Dad never normally drinks anything but water when he is working. Not only that, he always dresses smartly for work and waxes his hair, shaves and uses aftershave that mom buys him for his birthday. When you're very tall, he once told me, everyone notices you, so you have to make an effort. All the way back from Mad Ming's bike shop, I've been weighing up the pros and cons of telling Dad about Herian. Her reasons for wanting to keep this all secret sounds fair enough, but surely I can trust my dad, even the dad in front of me who seems like a different man. What's that smell? Says Dad, sniffing the air. He talks to me to say, that's the smell of an extraterrestrial beating. But I don't yet dare. What smell? I ask. Dad sniffs again, then shrugs, muttering, strange. Then he takes a deep breath, his voice a little bit indistinct. I'm not happy about tonight. Ethan, that incident with Iggy in the bar, what were you thinking of, man? And don't try to say it was all history. You were there watching him. He got up on the pool table, Ethan. I mean, he stops himself as this is building into a dad rant that could last ages. Haven't we got enough on our plates at the moment? His voice is cracked and croaky. And is he drunk? I've never seen my dad drunk before. What can I say? I take a deep breath and move myself till I'm sitting up in the bed and I tell him, sorry, I'm really sorry, Dad. And then he kind of slides off my bed till sitting on the floor holding my fingertips to his forehead. Oh, Ifan, my son, he says and breathes in deeply through his nose as though he's making a huge effort not to weep. All I want is for my dad to say, don't worry, we'll sort this out. We'll find Tammy one way or another and everything will be back to normal. Trust your old dad, and he'll grin and play punch on my arm. But I know at that moment, with dad slumped out on the floor and my mom in hospital with a mental breakdown, that thing is not going to happen. That it is now down to me. Dad is mumbling and I have to strain to make out the words. I've had enough of this and more than enough of that. The boy who thinks he can get up with his muddy boots on my newly restored pool table and spout a whole lot of nonsense. The people who are trying to help, for God's sake. The flaming check of it. Meanwhile, my own son just stands by with a stupid grin on his face. But I wasn't grinning. Like it's all some huge prank and he stops his tired and sniffs again. What the blazes is that smell? If you've tried in something, sort it out. I'm blinking back tears. I take a deep breath, holding for a few seconds and then blurt it out. Dad, if you go to mental rentals, the alien, Helen, she's there, please. That's when he snaps. He stumbles to his feet, towering over me as I shrink back into my pillows. Stop it, man, Ethan. Stop it right now. I've had enough. Can't you see? Look at us. Just look at us. Then he's gone. The bedroom door slams so hard that the whole house rattles. All I can do is lie there in the half light of my bedroom and cry. Being disbelief when you're telling the truth must be the worst feeling in the world. I take my jacket from beneath the bed and hang it out of the bedroom window. It makes my air in my room cold, but I don't really mind. Then I hear the creaky floorboard on the landing and the crack of light from my door gets wider. Is Dad coming back for another go? I hurry back into my bed and pull the duvet over my head. Go away, I say. Ethan, it's me. Gran stands in the doorway in her dressing gown, the light from the landing behind her. Am I going to get a telling off from her as well? My little sweet Gran, who is never angry and who makes hot chocolate. I turn my head and ready myself. Now it's Gran's turn to sit on my bed. She takes my hand in one of hers and with her other uses a tissue to dry my face. I don't think you're lying, she says. I'm astonished. You heard all that? I heard it. Your dad's under a lot of strain, Pete. We all are. But if I have learned one thing in my 70 years, it's this. Sometimes what you think are the wildest lies turn out to be the truth. So you believe me? Gran smiles. You forget, Pete. I'm a twin as well. She is right. I often forget that Gran's twin sister, great auntie Di, emigrated to Australia before I was born. I've never met her. If something happened to Diane, I would know. And next I had your dad 3 weeks early. Di called me the next day. She knew because she had felt labor pains. The pains that you tell you were you going to give birth. I gave Gran a puzzle look. How does it work? No idea, pet. It's a twin thing, and it doesn't happen all the time. But somewhere out there in the I don't know what there's a connection. That is, if you ask me, I might be like a bad squeak that you cannot hear, but every now and then you can tune into it like an old car radio. So if you say that you know Tam is alive somewhere, then it makes sense to pay attention because Lord knows no one else seems to have a clue. I repeat my question from before. So you believe me about the alien? Gran narrows her eyes and makes a little half smile. I never said that, pet. But put it this way, I don't think you're lying. She takes off her large glasses and peers into my eyes. You're a good lad, Ethan, and I know you wouldn't know that that tough feeling when you say the truth and knowingly people say that you are lying. I'm so relieved to hear this that I feel my bottom lip trembling. I don't want to cry anymore, so I am glad when Grant gets up slowly from my bed and goes to my door. Your dad's off tomorrow to see your mom. So perhaps you and me can get to the bottom of this. Huh, who would have expected that? My little harmless, hot chocolate loving Grant might turn out to be just the adult we need. Chapter 49. It's midnight and I've stayed awake. I didn't sleep at all last night, so I'm exhausted, truly drained, but I still can't sleep. What is happening? What is Helen doing at the bike rental store? How will I get Tammy back? Sleep doesn't come till about 5 in the morning, and when it comes, the room is so cold and my breath makes clouds, but at least the stink has gone. A weak light the color of milky tea struggles through the glass, and when I look out, it's snowing again. Outside, Dad is scraping ice from the windscreen of her car, and beyond the carport, I can just make out the shapes of the hills through the whiteout. I can also see the roof of Mad Mix Mental Rentals, and I wonder, as I've been wondering all night, how Helen is coping. Ah, you're up, great. Grant stands in the doorway. Busy day, remember? I do remember, and I nod. It's not even 8 o'clock and I'm exhausted. A few minutes later, Dad comes into the kitchen, beating his hands together from the cold. Wow, it's flipping Baltic out there. He puts his hand on Grant's cheeks and she squeals. Then he ruffles my hair and says, "Are you champ?" It's Dad's way of saying there are no hard feelings, but I know from experience that he'll not want the subject of Iggy or alien spaceships brought up again. Grant hands his flask of tea and a packet of sandwiches. Is your phone charged? Yes, ma'am. Have you packed a shovel? Yes, ma'am. Don't drive into a snowdrift. Alright, I'll try not to, ma'am. He puts a hand on my shoulder and says, "Your ma'am's gonna be fine." Then he heads out of the front door. As soon as the door slams, Grant puts another fried egg onto my plate and folds her arms. Where is it then? This is, uh, Her, not an it, I said through a mouthful of eggs. She shrugs off this detail. Is that what the smell is in your room? Alien, it reminds me of when your dad and Uncle Alan kept a dead frog in their room for a fortnight and it's not so bad, I interrupt. I'm becoming a bit defensive about alien smell, I find. It's better now that they've hung it out of the window. How do you know that? Gran gives me a pitying look, just like Tammy used to. It's amazing how my Gran can sometimes seem like a quarter of her age. Because I looked, clever clocks. Now eat up and let's go. Chapter 50. Gran and I haven't really said much. I grab a packet of cheese from the fridge. I know Helen likes that. And some bananas in case she's hungry. And Gran just watches. Apparently trusting that I know what I'm doing, which is nice of her. Or perhaps she's just indulging me. Let him have his bit of fun, let him work out whatever fantasy he is making. Bless him, he'll soon see sense and all that. She's in a normal clothes, running bottoms, double layer, zip up top, and big trainers with woolen socks. She pulls her hat over her short white hair, adjusts her specs, and together we trudge through the snow up the hill to my mixed mental renders. There's a trail of footprints in the snow leading to the metal front door, and I immediately feel a sort of nerves. What if? I don't know what if actually. It's just that another set of footprints makes me nervous. I look at them carefully. They're not Wellington boots, so it isn't Hellion. They're different, and there's something else. Something making a track alongside the feet. Susie! I grin to myself, and the metal door opens a crack to reveal a tousled mop of copper curls. You took your time, said Iggy. He opens the door for her, and his face falls when he sees Gran. I hold up my hands defensively. It's okay, this is my Gran. You say that like it explains everything, says Iggy. And there's no sign of Helen. And so, Iggy concludes, we brought her here. Iggy's story is exactly the same as what I told Gran, who was allowed for any inconsistencies that would indicate that we were lying. We sit, me, Iggy holding Susie in his lap and Gran on the seats that form the reception area of Mad Mix. Orchestral music is playing on a tiny speaker plugged into an ancient iPad on the table between us. Hellion, Iggy has explained, is taking a hot shower in the tiny bathroom out the back, but I'm still not sure Gran believes us. Gran has sat tight-lipped in concentration as we tell our tale, starting with my and Iggy's pike hunting expedition 2 days ago and our encounter with the two Joffs. Gran shakes her head and pulls her face when they are mentioned. Never liked them too, the older one especially. You know them? I ask, surprised. You forget I grew up near here, pet. Joff Mackay, the older one, was married to my bridesmaid's daughter, Maureen. Nasty piece of work he was. Then behind us the bathroom door opens, a huge cloud of steam blows out, and from the middle of the steam emerges a figure. Fully clothed jeans tucked into wellies, a thick sweater and colored strips that Gran would have called jazzy, and a woolen hat. The music swells to its climatic final chord in a way that could have been planned but wasn't, although he has a slight smirk as though he realizes the drama of the moment. Helen comes closer, shyly, and stands before us, sniffing the air. Wet strands of hair poke out from beneath her woolen hat. I can't see a tail, but the back of her jeans is bulging slightly, so I guess she has stuffed it away. She narrows her eyes at Gran and then looks at me accusingly. Gran gasps and lifts her hand to her mouth in astonishment, saying in a little voice, "Oh, my greedy aunt!" "That is my Gran," I say. "My grandmother, my father's mother." Gran steps forward. Helen edges backwards. "It's all right. You can trust her." I turn to Gran. "Can't she?" "Yes, dear," says Gran to Helen. "You can trust me. I want to help to get Tammy back." Helen looks at Gran for the longest time before saying, "You told someone." Even through a squeaky monotone, I can tell she is upset and scary. "It's my Gran, Christine. She's totally trustworthy." "Do you mean your grandmother?" "How to know? that she is trustworthy? Because she's my grand Helen. I know it sounds totally lame, but I can't quickly think of anything else. Grants are totally trustworthy. It's kind of a rule. Grants fixness and it's the grandest thing I can ever know. I like your jumper, pet. I like the colors. Helen looks down at the sweater, kind of uncomprehendingly. Iggy's brow is furrowed. He is looking at Helen's face. Have you shaved, Helen? Helen's long hand strokes her cheek. I found an implement in the bathroom which was effective in removing some of my face hair. I thought it may be useful not to look so unusual. I hand over the food I brought in my pocket. There are some empty packets of cheesy what sits on the floor, so she has eaten something. Still, Helen tears the wrapper off the block of cheese with her teeth and bites straight into it, taking huge mouthfuls and chewing with her mouth open, which Gran would have commented on if it had been me, but now she says nothing. Instead, she gets to her feet, straightens her shoulders, and looks at Helen over the top of her glasses. She is quite small, my Gran, but when she fixes you with her dark eyes, it's quite an intimidating look. It's what she has done countless times with me and Tammy over the years, and it means I am taking no nonsense here, and you had better not be messing about. She says, Ethan tells me that you know where our Tammy is, young. She pauses and then settles on young lady. Yes, says Helen, spraying tiny gobbles of cheese as she speaks. Then she swallows a big mouthful and licks her teeth with her long tongue. Gran doesn't flinch, but we do not have excessive time. The word excessive sprays more cheese and a bit lands on Gran's glasses. We are just thinking about this when there's a noise of a rattling engine a little way down the hill. Second side of the front door bursts open and the jaws stand there silhouetted in the doorway. Chapter 51. Through the open door I can see the Job's ratty old car. The two men march forward to a little group sitting around the coffee table. The younger one is still carrying the gun at his side, but most of it is covered by his coat which is flapped open. The older Job starts speaking even before he gets close to us, shaking his head in disbelief as he stares at us. Oh my goodness me! Oh my goodness gracious me! Get off! Susie is flapping and pecking around his ankles, causing him to kick out. Thankfully, his aim is poor and Susie just hops out of the way before going back in for another peck. She really is like a little angry terrier. The two Jobs stand while we sit and the younger one snorts when he sees Gran. Oh, Dad, Job Jr. says. Look who's here. They've got a little old lady to help them. Job Sr., who has been sitting at Helen and staring, glances over at Gran and says, I saw. What's up, Christine? Small world, right? The two Jaws laugh, a horrible mocking chuckle. Gran says nothing and keeps her eyes on the two men, and still Susie is growling and pecking at their legs. Helen hasn't sat down and she starts to move away. She could make a run for it. She is easily agile enough, but as soon as she moves, the younger Job nudges his coat aside to bring into view a long, shiny farmer's shotgun, which he raises and points lazily at Helen. Gran gives a little bark of contempt. Ha! Is that the antique shotgun your dad stole from his father-in-law? He always knew who had taken it. Job Jr. looks uneasy, his eyes darting between Gran, Helen, and his dad. Gran turns but says no more. You have all gone very quiet, says the older Job. I'll make it easy for you. Hand over the alien right now and everything will be fine. Otherwise, he leaves the threat hanging, but it doesn't sound good. His grandma gets to her feet and goes straight up to them, seemingly unafraid of the shotgun. Otherwise, what exactly? You'll kill her. I don't think you have the nerve. She's staring at them from beneath her woolly hat, her eyes burning and furious. You, she points at Job Sr. and looks him up and down. You're just a bully and you always have been. And as for you, little Joffrey with your pop gun, you're pathetic. All you both want is some sort of recognition, some sort of fame, and you don't care about anybody else. The jobs look at Grant, then at each other, and a slow grin spreads across each of their faces. They start to laugh. As their laughter grows, Susie becomes yet more agitated. Job Senior is laughing so hard that he bends down, and it's only when he stands up again that he realizes he has grabbed Susie and is holding her by the throat. The laughter stops as if a switch has been flicked, and Susie flaps her wings in protest. Poor Iggy rushes forward, but the younger Geoff takes a pace to put himself between Iggy and his chicken. Geoff Senior turns to his son. You bought our Sunday lunch yet, Geoffrey? No, Dad, I haven't. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Exactly, son. It's the perfect size for two, this one, he says, holding Susie up. He then tucks the bird under his arm and holds it tightly by the neck. You see, all I have to do is make a little twist here. He mimes, breaking Susie's neck. No, says Helen, and she steps forward. Without letting go of the bird, the old man relaxes his grip on Susie's neck, and the chicken shakes her head in disapproval. Well, what would you believe? It speaks. What is it? Eating? Says Geoff Senior. One animal death enough for you, right? Or perhaps you want to kill this one yourself as well. Either way, very sensible. And you speak English. This gets better and better. Make sure you tell them that, son. Geoff Jr. is on his phone and we all listen to his side of the conversation. We have got it, Jamie. I said, we have got it. Right here. Pictures. I'll send you some. And the black stick I mentioned. How long will you be? I said, how long? Geoff Jr. pauses to glare at his phone and shakes it as though that will improve the signal. Then he turns and puts his phone away. He says to his father, they are on their way. Do you know how long? Depends on the roads. Couldn't hear properly. Who is on their way? Says Grant forcefully. Oh, hello, Christine, says Geoff Senior. I'd forgotten you're there. Who do you think would be most interested in E.T. here? A journalist, perhaps like Jamie Bates, that blow-dried idiot of the telly, or even someone from the military, or how about both? The press and the Royal Air Force are both on their way. Geoffrey, keep them here while I get the car. He leads to the double door, Susie still tucked under his arm. Geoff Jr. still has his gun aimed towards Helen. He edges round behind Alien and jogs his head towards the door. Come on, E.T., it's not far. This is too much for me. Stop, I shout, and he does, looking round slowly. Please, I continue. This is about Tamming. Can't you see? She knows where Tamming is. You kind of ruined everything. Geoff Jr. glances down at the ground, and for a moment, I think my plea has been effective. He can't ignore that, surely. He speaks so quietly I have to strain to hear him. Don't you worry about that, my little friend. This will all be over in half an hour. His smile is sickly green. We'll be done with it and then you can have her back to chase your sister. That way, everybody wins, right? Ta-da! Since it is the throaty sound of the old engine rattles outside and Geoff Jr. leads Helen at gunpoint out of Mad Max Mental Rentals and into the car. He turns back and reveals a mirthless grin. Isn't this fun? Then he slams the door behind him and the car roars off. Nobody says anything for what seems like ages. Chapter 52. The three of us, Iggy, Gran and I, watch the car pull away with Helen and Susie inside, spraying up snow behind it, and then we stand silently next to one another. I see Iggy's lips moving, but I don't hear what he's saying. I think he's just mouthing Susie over and over again. Where do you live then? Asks Gran eventually. Is it still in that dump of a place up the road to the observatory? I nod sadly, my gaze transfixed by the tired tracks leading away from us. He is. I might have known it. Well, come on, let's get going. Gran clasps her hands together purposefully. To do what? I say. I really feel deflated. What chance do any of us have against a pair of psychos with a shotgun? The RAF and journalists will be here soon anyway, and the whole thing will be out of our hands. Gran turns to Iggy and me and gazes at us intensely over the rim of her glasses. Tell me, Fan Tate, my full name, this is serious, and you, Igly, whatever your name is. Ignatius Fox Templeton. Yes, that. Why did you get me involved? I blow my chips out as I think. I guess I figured we needed an adult. Okay, well, you have got one. Right now, I may be old, but I'm not senile. And I am not going to rest on my bony backside while the pair of low-life bullies puts at risk the return of my granddaughter from whatever the heck she is in. But Gran, I see, they've got a gun. What? That old thing? She waves her hand dismissively. Couldn't hit a barn door with it. Never could. Did you see the barrel? All rusted up. I'll bet he's never fired it in his life. His old mouth is Geoff Mackay and his son's the same. I study my Gran and then look at Iggy and eventually back at Gran. Well, I say, if you're sure. Gran's face is set in a mask of determination. Well, hallelujah. Only one problem, pet. If my car wasn't out of action, we could use that. Iggy's attention has wandered. He's eyeing a row of segways all lined up and fully charged. You know what? I don't think Mick would mind, he says. Once there are Granny and I heading down the hill, each of us standing on one of Mad Mick's two-wheeled personal transporters. The segways, extra thick tires added for navigation in the forest walks and Kildare, are perfect in the snow. He has ridden one before and is often seconds. Gran and I are a bit more cautious, but they are not hard to get the hang of. There is nobody about in the village. The snow has kept everybody indoors and the roads are smooth and wide, apart from the tight tracks left by the Job's car. To get to the Job's house from the village is not far over, so we are slowed down by road conditions, but we are going as fast as we can, easily the speed of a bicycle pedaled hard. It's Gran who spots the blood on the bend in the road, bright red on the white snow. She shrieks, Ifan, Igly, look! We slow our segways to a halt to see what Gran is pointing at. There's a large pool of blood and some fresh tire tracks that look very like the Jobs, but I can't be certain. Gran steps off a transporter and peers at the ground, concentration furrowing her brow, till she says eventually, something was bleeding. Then it just stops. It makes no sense. My throat tightens with fear. What if Helene is dead? He says, she's right, Tate. Look, there's no trail of blood leading anywhere. But there are footprints. Whatever was bleeding has just vanished. Or been put in a car. Perhaps I'm cut off by an yell by Gran. She's a few meters away holding a battered Wellington boot, one of the pair that Helene was wearing. Iggy is already off on his Segway down the road. We can follow the tire tracks in the snow. He calls back, Come on! We don't have to follow them for long, for after the bend, they turn into the narrow road leading to the Job's Scruffy cottage. We advance on our Segways up the little road till we can see the cottage through the trees. We get off behind a low wall. In front of the house is a car, and we can see Job Jr. outside the shed, smoking and stamping his feet to ward off the cold. He takes out his phone to make a call and rests the shotgun upright against a plastic garden table. There's only one reason he's standing outside the shed in this cold, whispered Iggy. He's guarding something. Shh, get down. The three of us crouch down behind the snow-topped wall and watch as the front door opens and the older man comes out with a bucket and a sponge. The lights on the car flash and there's a beep as he unlocks the back doors and leans in with the sponge, reappearing to squeeze pink water into the bucket. When he is done cleaning out the blood, he stands up, shuts the door, and the car bleeps twice. That's the second time in as many days I've watched the inside of that car. Flaming stinks, does that? Should have got you to do it. The two men are also only about 10 meters away from us and so we can hear them perfectly. I decide to risk peeping out over the wall. The young Geoff ignores his father and staring at his phone says, Half an hour, he reckons, if the roads have cleared, and the police are sending the launch up from Tower No. They'll call in the RAF from Woolmer once they've seen it. Has he got the pictures yet? They're still sending. 9 minutes remaining, it says here. It's a roaring signal. What did you get anyways? I got what you said. Close-ups, full length, a bit of video. It's a big file. It's taken a while. Good lad, leave your phone out here. It's better reception. Job Jr. puts his phone down on the garden table that's been cleared of snow and follows his dad into the house. Iggy puts his cap lower. Did you hear what he said? In 9 minutes, those pictures... I think I know what to do, he says, and Gran and I lean in. It's a pretty clever plan, but Trucas knows that I'm not sure it passes later on my Gran. Iggy raises his head a little bit over the wall to look again. They've gone in. Are you ready? He asks. No, I say. At the same time, Gran hits her gloved fist into her other hand and says, yeah, she's loving this, I think. She's really loving this. Chapter 53, Helian. The pain in my neck is becoming worse and I can feel myself weakening. My breathing is a little more labored, my hand hurts and my pulse is feeble. I have not eaten enough for days now, and what I've eaten I've vomited over the back of the car where I was being held, causing the older man to shout, "Oh, you dirty little aliens, come back. Oh, that is disgusting. Oh my God, open the window, Geoff. I do not think cheese is very good for me." In the confusion caused by my vomiting, I had the presence of mind to pick up my black healing stick where it lay on the floor of the vehicle. I slipped it into one of the long boots I was wearing. The chicken that Iggy likes is now beside me in the outer door in which they have locked me, and I pick her up to feel her warmth. She likes it, I think, and makes a sound in her throat, a sort of brr, brr, that I think indicates pleasure or satisfaction. I've lost blood. I reach up and touch my skull. The blood is crusting into a scab, aided a little by an application of the healing stick, but the stick is losing power and is not very effective anymore. I lost one of the boots on the road. I did not use the stick until I was here, out of sight, and by then I had already lost a lot of blood. I had found some old fabric, and I sit on it while I lean my head against the wooden wall of the shed and contemplate the last few moments that I remember. I was in the back of the motor car, and the older man was driving it himself using his feet and hands. He said bloody eyes to eyes as the car skidded on the snowy roads. Perhaps he has not driven before. He did not seem to be very good at it. The younger man held his long gun, occasionally pointing it at me. Then, without expecting it, I vomited. Pale, lumpy liquid went all over the rear portion of the vehicle and the shouting started. The vehicle skidded to a halt on the snow-covered road and the older man said a word that I do not recognize. The younger man moved to get out of the car. When I unlocked the vehicle doors, I saw my chance and leaped out of the seat in front of me and tried to run. I was too weak. I stumbled and fell out of the car into a deep pile of snow. "Oh, no, you don't," said the young man, and then he called me a hairy little toe rag and stood on my hand hard with his big boot. The last thing I saw before I passed out was the wooden stock of his long gun coming towards my head. On our planet, we approach our existence with a clear-eyed assessment of the facts at hand. We do not lean towards fanciful interpretations of what might or might not be true or right or proper. In other words, I do not fear death. I do, however, fear that the consequences of my death might lead to great hardship here on earth. You are a primitive people prone to war and unable to cope with the technology that you will discover if I die without first destroying my craft. These are the thoughts I have as I crouch, shivering, with my head hurting badly in the shade and hearing a strange ee-oh, ee-oh, ee-oh noise coming from outside. There are footsteps as one of my captors, I cannot see which, moves towards the noise. "Is that the car alarm, Dad? Who set that off? Oi! Is that kid with the red hair? You little vandal, come here!" Seconds later, I hear the bolt on the door shoot back and I cower into the back of the shade. Instead of one of the men, though, there most unexpectedly is the old woman whose name is Gran. I'm not good at reading human emotions from their faces, but I think she is looking scared. Her eyes dart from side to side. "Quickly, give me your jumper and your hat," she says while she removes the thick jacket. It is done in seconds and she says, "Now stay here. When the coast is clear, head down to the lake path with Susie and go to the boat shed." "Which coast?" I have to ask. "Which coast is clear?" "I don't know," says Gran impatiently. "It just means when nobody else is about." "Why do you not say what you mean then?" I think, but I do not say it because she is being kind. Besides, she has gone already. I see her run across the yard and up the path wearing my striped sweater and hat. She is old, but she moves like someone much younger, it seems. One of the men shouts, "There it is! It has escaped! Go on, son, get after it! I'll follow it in the car." Moments later, their vehicle roars up the small road. The two boys reappear around the corner of the house, grinning widely. They run to me, and Iggy is on his knees and picking up Susie, who has hopped and flapped with pleasure to see him. Still grinning, he says, "Well, what are you waiting for? Come on, let's go." I follow them down to the lake path. When we get there, we stop, and the boys start to laugh. Iggy is still cuddling his chicken. "They'll never catch her." "Northumberland Veterans Half Marathon Champion. That's my grand," says Afan, grinning. She goes, "I'm not scared of some poxy popgun." You should have seen her face. What an utter goon. They keep laughing as I watch them. "What about his gun?" I ask. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out two small cylinders. Take the precaution of removing the cartridges before I set the car alarm off, just in case your grand was wrong. His gun's useless. They're so pleased with the reception that they can't stop smiling. What they did was clever and unexpected, and I find the corners of my mouth lifting up, and there is a strange tightening in my stomach before I utter a breathy ha, and then another, and more. The boy stops and gazes at me. He says, "Did you just laugh, alien?" It comes again. Ha ha ha. My mouth is wide open and the twitching in my stomach continues, and I do not try to stop it because it's a wonderful feeling. Then Susie the chicken makes a squawking noise, and so all four of us are laughing. And that continues for a considerable time, and then we have to stop because I have to be sick again. Chapter 54. Ethan. It's funny and everything, laughing with Iggy and Helen and even Susie joining in. But it's not as if I've forgotten about Grant. Job Jr. is huge and smokes like the back end of our school taxi bus. Still, Grant is 70 a him. I've seen her running. She shuffles along with these little steps. Can she sprint? I've no idea. Job's dad is falling on the road in the car, but given the conditions, he won't be going fast. And besides, Grant said she'd stick to the forest trails. Helen doesn't understand at all. I don't think. In fact, I'm pretty certain she's not well. Her eyes keep glazing over and her legs seem to wobble occasionally. Then she throws up, and the smell of that is enough to get my guts twitching. I need food. Proper food. My food, she says. And I need to rest. I'm distracted by Iggy shouting, "Oh my god, no!" I see that Iggy is looking with horror at his phone. No, 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 he jabs at it with his fingers. It hasn't turned off. It's not his phone. It's George Jr.'s, which he grabbed from the current table as we snuck up on the car to set off the alarm. He turned it off and shoved it in his pocket. Or didn't turn it off. It is a code or a thumbprint or something to power down, he says, his voice rising in panic and annoyance. Who on earth does that? Is it still sending? Yes, 2 minutes remaining. He's still jabbing at it. 2 minutes till the job's journalist friend has photo and video evidence of an alien in his inbox. Smash it, I say. It's a top-of-the-range phone and very expensive, but without hesitating, he throws it with his strength on the ground. It bounces off the snowy path undamaged. The screen of the phone still glows and he is shouting, "Die, will you? Just die!" while stamping on it repeatedly. I can see the progress bar has jumped ahead. Less than a minute remaining. I don't notice Helen turning away from us and going back into the shade where she was imprisoned. She comes back seconds later and with a huge axe. "Stand back," she says and lifts the axe over her head, bringing it down with a crunch on the screen, which shatters. She does it again and a third time, until the phone is in hundreds of pieces. We stand together, gathered around the smashed device in silence, like mourners at a graveside. "Well done, Helen," I say eventually, and I hold up my hand for a high five. Instead, she sinks to her knees and quietly passes out, face down in the snow. "No," I say, "don't die. You need to get Tammy back. She's not dead, Tate. She's still breathing. Look, we've got to get help. How do we..." I cut him off. "Nobody. Don't you get it? There's nobody who's gonna help us. Whoever we ask is gonna either capture her or call in the army or the police or FBI or whoever we call in to deal with an alien landing. And if that happens, it's game over for Tam." We reached down and turned Helen over so that she is facing upwards. It is probably the first time I've touched her, and it is strange and intimate. Her hairy skin is slack and cool to the touch. As she turns over, her eyes flicker open. "Take me to my craft. Carry me. I will be alright. Awkwardly we prop her up to the sitting position and then somehow lift her up so she's over Iggy's shoulder. A few minutes later, Iggy puts her down and Helen stands with one Wellington boot on and the hands supporting her weight on the cracked wooden wall of the boathouse. Her breathing is racked and again she sinks to her knees. Come on, Helen, urges Iggy. Not long now. We've just got to get you in through the window. We look up at the opening. There's no way Helen can get through there without help, and even if Iggy and I manage to lift her, she's not strong enough to let herself down safely on the other side. The paddle, I say, and before anyone replies, I'm off. Wait here. I just need to break the metal bolt and padlock that is securing the double doors at the front. To get back to the jetty means running up the road back through undergrowth and all that, past power cars and to the little pebble beach. I'm so caught up in the urgency that I don't notice the boat moved by the jetty. And then I do. A long, rigid inflatable with Northumbria police written down the side. I stop at the end of the jetty, panting from my running. I remember the parked cars at the top of the path. One had written on it the RAF, the Royal Air Force Bomber, along with a crest. Katie Pelling's dad was a pilot and did the talk in primary school, and it all came flooding back to me as I stand there on the rocky shore. RAF, one of the world's biggest radar centers. Nothing gets through here. I just know that the RF people are here because of Helen, and that makes me gag. I've seen the boat before as well. It's the same one used by the police divers in Tammy's search. 2 police officers in the boat and 3 other in blue Air Force uniforms on the jetty, putting on life jackets. I see the paddle lying where we left it, and I could turn around now, go back up the path in the woods. I don't think they have noticed me. Oh no, I've been seen. One of the policemen who had been in searching for Tammy. Yeah, PC Kareem or something. Gave me a polo mint once. He nudges his partner, who looks too. If I turn back now, it'll look very suspicious. Not that I'm doing anything wrong. They almost certainly recognize me as Tammy's brother. I decide to bluff it out and walk towards the paddle as if it's the most normal thing in the world, which of course it is, but when you're trying to be normal, somehow everything seems anything but. I bend down to pick it up, and now they're all looking at me. Just picking up, my paddle. I say far too quietly for them to hear. It's more to reassure myself. It's in my hand, and I turn to go back the way I came, desperately hoping not to hear someone on the jetty call me. But then, hey, you there! Ifan, stop! Chapter 55. I stop and look up to see a large woman in an RAF uniform running towards me. Them being here is not about Tammy. It's about Helen. Why else would the RAF be informed? You can tell I have been reading UFO websites. They're all like that. Military bodies responsible for searching the skies for unauthorized craft entering our airspace. Why else would they be here next to where Alien landed, where the George saw the splashes and saw Helen herself? The woman is still coming towards me, so I take the run. I hear, hey, stop, and thudding footsteps, joined by others on the wooden planking, but I don't turn to look back. Instead, using the canoe paddle as a kind of weapon against the undergrowth, I swish and hack and leap and hop through the trees, huge showers of snow from branches following me as I run. And I can tell I'm making progress because the footsteps behind me are getting no closer. And then I am up by the road, by the cars, but I don't stop. I turn and run back along the road towards a little pathway down to the boathouse. Will they see me? I can't tell. I daren't wait. So I turn down the path. I can't stop now. The boathouse is in sight. I can see Iggy and Helen with Susie at their feet. When I come level with them, I don't even speak. I shove the flat end of the paddle under the steel hasp that holds the padlock, and I push down with all my weight till I feel the metal parting from the wood with a noisy crunch. One more heave and the lock pops off with a splintering sound. Seconds later, we're inside the boathouse. Iggy has more or less carried Helen with her spindly arms across his shoulders. We pull the door closed behind us, and Iggy and I lean against it. The bolt is rusty and the screws are loose. It will not hold for long if someone pushes it. In front of us, the boathouse looks empty, just a rectangle of water. It's alright, kinda know that Helen's spaceship is here. They're just invisible. I scoop some water into my hand, which I throw towards the craft, and sure enough, the droplet had been on the glass and then drip back down. It's definitely here. Where it sits in the water is indented, but unless you were looking, you probably wouldn't notice. But when you do look, it's strange. The slight ripples on the water surface stop when they hit the invisible barrier, and the water smooths out and dips into a shallow V shape. Meanwhile, using what seems to be the last of her fading strength, Helen calls out, "Philip! Philip! I'm back!" At the same time, I hear a woman's voice outside. "Oh, Corporal Morrison, pick up that chicken!" And then we hear Susie squawking, "Get off, Cricky! You're an aggressive little blighter!" "Ma'am!" "Oh, get off!" He looks at me in horror. How could he have left Susie outside? Well, it's a good job he did. Susie is buying us valuable time. Then I let out a gasp of astonishment. While there was nothing on the water, there is now a huge shape. Dark, grayish, non-reflective, with a fuzzy outline that is looking like an out-of-film focus. A cheese rectangle, kinda. One of the ones wrapped in foil but 100 times bigger. The size of a motorhome or a van. Now imagine that the cheese rectangle has half of a Malteser resting on it, also hundreds of times bigger. This then is Helian's spaceship, a huge red ship with a large dome on top with fuzzy ends. I could stare at it for hours in sheer baffled wonderment. Already, though, there are more voices outside the boathouse. "He's in there! Bleemy! Smithy! That chicken doesn't want to let you past. Go, Susie, I think." A side section of the spaceship opens, and Helen limps inside, turning and motioning for us to follow. He is next. He steps up onto the level surface of the bed and goes straight into the craft. The bolt on the double doors creaks as it is pushed from the other side, and I run desperately round the walkway to get to the craft and get inside. I dive into the opening just as, below me, I see the grey outline dissolve as the craft becomes invisible again. Above me, the hatch half shuts, and it is as dark as a Kildare winter's night. "Be quiet," croaks Helen. "Say nothing." Then she says something in her own language, and a portion of the dome in front of us clears to show the boathouse door. And then we hear another voice, a man's one. "Stand aside, I'm gonna kick this door in." It's George Jr. As we watch in silence, the bolt gives way with a cracking sound and the double door bursts open. Chapter 56. The tall RF lady and her companion come through the double doors and stand in the doorway staring straight ahead, but evidently unable to see the spaceship. Because they don't look surprised or anything. At least we are invisible, I think. Behind them is Geoff Jr., his shotgun rested waist level, and next to him is a face I've seen on TV, the news reporter Jamie Bates. Nobody, thankfully, is looking at the water where they might notice the indentation in the surface. Besides me, there is enough light inside the dome for me to notice what Helen is doing. From somewhere she has taken something about the size of a pencil and has stabbed her palm. I once saw a teacher at school use an EpiPen on a kid who was allergic to nuts and had developed a rash. It was exactly like that. Helen blinks hard, then looks at me and nods with satisfaction. Then from behind the people of the boathouse doors comes Susie, flapping and squeaking and pecking at the woman's feet. "Oh, for heaven's sake, that bird! Get it out of here!" The RF woman aims a vicious kick at Susie, who leaps out of the way and briefly takes flight, landing back on the walkway. And she raises her wings, ready to take off again. "Oh no, I think. No, go the other way. But she doesn't. In a panic to avoid the woman's boot, Susie flaps up over the water and lands on the spacecraft right above our heads. The invisible spacecraft! Susie will look as though she is floating in midair. "Oh, surely not. This isn't good," says Iggy, who is standing beside me. "What the?" gasps Jamie Bates, pointing right at Susie. For a few seconds, Susie stays still, then she flaps down through the open hatch into the dome next to us. To the people on the walkway of the boathouse, it must have looked like a chicken floated in the air and then just vanished. Above my head, the hatch hisses shut, further darkening the interior of the dome. "Did you see that? What the flaming heck just..." The woman is lost for words. They all just stare at the space and then down at the water. "Then George crouches down and does exactly what I did a moment ago. He scoops up a handful of water and throws it at the invisible spaceship. He straightens up and raises the shotgun to his shoulder. The RF woman looks astonished. Sir, what are you doing? Job Jr. doesn't reply. Bring her out! Bring her out now! The military police are here! And the praise! Quits Jenny Betts unnecessarily. The woman shouts at Job. Halt! Stop! Put down the gun! That's an order, or what? We have to get out of here, says Helen. The danger is too great. Then she says something in her own language and the craft responds. The humming sound starts. It sounds louder inside the craft than it was the other day when I first heard it. And the pitch gets higher and higher. The RF people look at each other, then around the boathouse to reckon where it's coming from. Then they look down at the water. The invisible spaceship is on the move. The indented part of the water surface is moving back from the walkway. Then there's a click as Geoff pulls the trigger of his shotgun. I see him look puzzled, then he breaks the gun at the hinge, revealing the two empty chambers where the shells should have been. So he didn't fire it again, I think with relief. He starts fumbling deep in his pocket for replacements. Helene is reversing the spaceship out of the boathouse. What's that noise? Says the woman. They're both watching the water, which is being turned up as on reverse. There is a deafening bang immediately followed by the noise of hundreds of tiny pieces of lead shot peppering the spacecraft as George fires his newly loaded shotgun. Then the gun goes off again. Above the gunshot and the humming, I hear the officer shout, Stop! But we are not stopping. The humming noise reaches an almost painful pitch and the air around us seems to contract and my ears feel blocked. Helen gabbles something in her language and then shouts to us, Sit down at the back and put the straps on you. We stumble to the back of the cockpit where there is a bench seat and Iggy and I fall onto it. Immediately rigid bars appear and pin us down. It makes us think of the roller coaster seats where Tammy and I went to Alton Towers. By now we are clear of the boathouse and reversing to the center of the reservoir. Geoff has reloaded and fired more shots without effect. Beside him, Jamie Bates has taken out his camera phone and is frantically swiping to bring up the camera function. I'm guessing that. But he doesn't want to take his eyes off what is happening, so he keeps getting it wrong and having to try again. The screen before us goes black and I feel a lurch deep inside me. Beside me, I can feel Iggy tensing and Susie wiggling. The deep light in the cockpit shows that Helen is now strapped in a seat the same as ours at the side. The lurch happens again, but huge this time, and at the same time, I feel myself tipping back. The noise in the craft is nearly unbearable, and there seems to be a huge weight on my chest, making it hard to breathe, and my eyes are screwed up tight. Do I pass out? I can't tell. I have no idea how much time has passed, but it feels like several minutes, perhaps longer. Suddenly, the noise inside the cockpit quietens. Then there is nothing. Silence. I can breathe. I open my eyes and I can make out Iggy beside me and Susie, and Helen exactly where they all were before. But the light is dim, and the dome seems to have changed in some way because it is pure black. Helen turns to look at me. I try to speak, but my mouth is too dry. What is all I manage? Helen does her slow blink and says, Welcome to space. Part 4. Alright, slow down, stop. Shh. I want you to realize the sheer stupendous strangeness of how I feel right now. 1. I'm 12 and I'm like half kidnapped in a spaceship, hurtling somehow. Don't ask me how, through flipping space-time or something. 2. Next to me on this hard bench is Iggy Fox Templeton. He's asleep or conscious as far as I can tell. Specs on the end of his nose. 3. To round it off nicely, there's a hairy stinking dog killing alien about a meter away from me with what looks like a smile on her face. Oh yeah, and there's a chicken. That's number 4. So if you think that I think that this is in any way cool, then you're just wrong. I thought I knew fear when Tammy went missing. There's a whole new level. Thought I'd point it out now because things have been moving pretty rapidly and I wonder if you thought that I was fine with all that. I'm not. Just saying. Chapter 57. The American accent penetrates the fog of my brain, though I don't think I'm fully conscious when I first hear it. This is your Captain Philip Phillipson speaking. Welcome on board Flight AA950 to Anthala, and thank you for choosing to fly with us. Kindly switch off all electronic devices and pay attention to the cabin staff. I think I'm dreaming, so I drift off again, or the voice fades out, I'm not sure which. Then I'm awake instantly. My heart is beating so hard that I can actually feel it in my chest. I can hardly breathe. I can swallow every bit of me. My fingers, my scalp, my back is tingling as though I'm being electrocuted, and I feel like I'm about to throw up violently. The noise in my ears is unlike anything I have ever heard. A combination of stomach churning bass and a million knives being scraped over a plate. I scream, but I cannot even hear myself. My eyes feel like they're glued shut. I was not expecting this, but then who would? Of all things I thought might happen today, and believe me, I spent quite a bit of last night running through them in my head until I finally fell into a sweaty, twitching sleep. Being in a spaceship didn't even come up. I tried to piece together the last few moments, but it's hard because I feel like everything in my head has been scrambled up. There was me and Tammy, and they. Hang on, Tammy isn't next she to me? No, that's Helen. But I can see her because it's dark everything. Tammy's sister, my. That is this. What about all is what? What's happening head and my? Isn't it? Who? Oh god, I'm going to be sick. And there it comes. I try to lean forward, but I can't. There's a strap holding me back. And besides, I don't know which way I am up. So my stomach convulses and its contents are ejected violently all down my fall. But then, second by second, the noise and the tingling on my skin diminishes, the motion steadies, and I can open my eyes. Well, one eye, there is something stinging in my other one. Sick, maybe. My brain, my thoughts, are they unscrambling? Cross there. With my single open eye, I can see stars. I appear to be revolving slowly. Then a large window blacks out and I'm back in semi-darkness. I can smell something too. Blocked drains, rotten fish. No, that's Hellion. It's coming back to me. I hear a voice from beside me. We will remove that when we get to what you call escape velocity. The voice is familiar. I try to speak, but my mouth is too dry. I manage. Huh? You're vomitous. I had not anticipated that, although even if I had, there was little I could do about it. By the way, you might experience a mild disorientation. Your thoughts may be a little scrambled. You can that say again. It is common on forced voyages. It can cause temporary loss of consciousness. I'm panting and I feel sweat trickling down my neck. With an effort, I walk some saliva into my mouth so that I can manage to turn my head and lick my lips and talk. I can see Helene lying next to me, or is she standing? I cannot tell which way is up. She turns her head to me and I look into her pale eyes. Helene? Yes, Ifan? I take a deep breath and manage to croak. Do you mind telling me what's going on? No, I do not mind. We are going to my home planet to get your sister back. Chapter 58. From beside me, Helene is keeping up a constant on and off chatter in a language I don't understand, full of odd squeaks, whistles, and growls. On my other side, Iggy is strapped in, eyes shut, seemingly unconscious. When Helene eventually pauses, I say, Who are you talking to? It's not a who, it's a what. The craft, this. She looks around to indicate what she means. The craft does not seem to reply. I think Helene has an earpiece or something. She says something else in the strange throaty noise. Then there is silence, total silence, as what I'm guessing are the engines powered down. I feel an odd sensation, mainly in my legs, but also inside me, like when you go over a sudden hill in a car and your stomach goes, wow. Then it passes. Weightlessness, said Helen as something soft and feathery hits my head. Susie floats past, weightless and with a very startled look on her face. She keeps extending her wings and then pulling them back in and looking round the cabin. Hold on to the chicken, says Helen urgently as Susie floats past again. I reach up and grab her. In a second, the flooring blocks of silk from audio whiz past me and are gone somewhere I cannot see. Waste disposal, Helen says. That is why I told you to catch the bird. Anything floating would have been sucked up and disposed of. The whining stops. Silence returns, a huge silence that seems to stretch on forever. Helen, I ask, where are we? We have left your planet's atmosphere. We are about 420 kilometers above the surface of Earth in a temporary orbit at a velocity of 8 kilometers per hour and blah 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 blah. Of course, she doesn't actually say blah blah. It's just that after a couple of sentences, that's what it sounds like. And I like all that stuff. I love reading about the International Space Station and the moon landings when Grant was young. Only I'm just beginning to realize what has happened. It doesn't dawn on me slowly as I understand what is going on. No, it is much, much more rapid. I begin to breathe shallowly, short pants that seem to leave me breathless, and I'm unable to speak. You appear to be panicking, says Helen. A human emotional response to significant trauma. That does it. Helen, I yell through my guts. What is going on? I can't say anything. I can't even. And I start sobbing. Let me go. Please let me free. I can't say the words properly. I wriggle and struggle against the straps that bind my chest and arms and legs. It's a horrible sensation made worse by the grey half-light which floods the cabin from some source that I cannot see. Please be calmer, says Helen. I will activate the gravity simulator. Then she says something in her language. I feel the heaviness return to my legs and it lodge in my stomach again. Then the straps that are holding me unfasten and I retract and I stand up. I move my arms, I lift a foot and stomach down again. Iggy's straps have come free too and he opens his eyes, looking dazed, but he says nothing. With another command from Helen, the walls enclosing us clear like a fog, and I am staring at stars. Endless, brilliant pinpricks of light stretching to, well, to infinity, I suppose. Gradually, my breathing returns to normal-ish, though Iggy still hasn't said anything. I try to take stock of where we are. He and I are inside the cockpit of Helian's spaceship. That much is clear. It is about 3 meters from side to side and the same from floor to roof. There are hardly any control panels, no flashing lights or computer screens or endless dials. There are no levers or colored buttons. I'm not even in a spacesuit. I stretch out my hand to touch the window. It feels cool and smooth. And then I see it. We both see it and Iggy says his first words in space. Oh my word, he gasps. Is that? Yes, Iggy, that is Earth. A huge and brilliant ball glides into view at the bottom of the domed window. It is exactly how it looks in the pictures I've seen on TV. I can make out the blues of the oceans and patches of green and the golden lights of the cities. The beautiful planet, the blue planet. If you say so, says Helen, I am probably not the one to ask if it is beautiful or not. I kind of want to ask why, but I'm transfixed. It's also just one of a trillion questions that I want to ask her, but I don't know where to begin. So I start with the one that is uppermost in my mind. I say it slowly so that I can see the earth below me. Helium? Well, will I see Tammy again? That is highly likely. I close my eyes and try to imagine saying something clever and emotional when I see her, but I can't think further than hi Tam. I smile. Hi Tam will have to do. And Helium? Yes, Ethan? Will we see our mom and dad again? That depends. Depends? Depends on what? She does not answer. Instead, she says the gravity simulator is going off and we are about to start our journey. The dome mists over again, and we are back in the grey light as the straps snake out again and tightly they come around me. Helen growls some more commands at the craft, which trembles slightly. Helen, says Iggy, should I be scared? Are you scared when you get on your bicycle? My bike? No, of course not. To us, this craft is about as complicated as a bicycle to you. So no, do not be scared. Although you may experience slight drowsiness or even unconsciousness again. The American voice comes out again. I think what Helen is trying to say is that the craft itself is pretty basic. The operating system, however, is anything but. You are right, Philip. No offense intended. Fair enough, comes the reply, sounding rather happy. None taken. If what Helen says was meant to be reassuring, it is not. I'm terrified. And then the craft trembles even more and I feel the horrible prickling sensation return to my skin and everything goes black. Chapter 59. Sometime later, hours I think, not days, I open my eyes again. I look next to me at Iggy. He's staring straight ahead at nothing. His eyes are glazed and his lips are moving slightly as though he's trying to speak but cannot remember how. I recognize the feeling. I am quite literally speechless. Hi, there's your captain again. Kindly keep your seatbelts fastened until the seatbelt light goes out, and may I remind you that there is no smoking permitted anywhere in the craft. Helen says, Philip, not now. She says it in English. The voice responds, just trying to ride in the mood. You got a long way to go. Snacks will be served from our trolley, and a selection of alcoholic and non-alcoholic beverages is available. We will be cruising at an altitude. Philip, stop it! Helen follows this up with a command in her own language. The voice stops and the tiny overhead light that I had not noticed before fades out. He says, what was that? Helen says, that is Philip, the boat, or the bot, as you call it, that pilots this craft. He is annoying. We do not really understand humor where I am from. We are silent for a moment or two, and I try to go over recent events in my head, finding Helen imprisoned in the shade, Grant's brave run into the woods pursued by Big Job, running from RAF officers, breaking into the boathouse, hiding in the spaceship, taking off. It occurs to me that first we have not taken off at all. It was thinking of the roller coaster at Alton Towers that taking off. It occurs to me that perhaps there was another ride there that Tammy and I went on twice, the Devil Train. You didn't actually move, but you watched a film taken from the front of a real roller coaster and the seat wobbled and your mind did all of the rest. It tricked you into thinking you were moving. And the more I think about it, the more convinced I became. This is all an elaborate hoax. I say, I've had enough of this now, Helen. I want to get out. Please just open the door. We can explain everything to the people there. They will trust us and no harm will be done to you. Helen says, why do you say that? Her usual mode sounds a little bit more anxious, which makes me even more certain that I have uncovered the trick. Because I'm scared, Helen, and I want this to stop. Do you want to get your sister back? Well, yes, but I thought you would be grateful. Helen snaps, following it with a burst of her own language, forcing Iggy to pipe up. Look, can you stop doing that, please? You have kidnapped us so far as I can tell, and we only have your word that our fate will not be exactly the same as Tammy's. Why should we trust you? Helen looks between us, wide-eyed with what might be her. But I have told you that you will be safe, she said. I have told you that Tammy. Big deal, Iggy interrupts. Big fat deal. You could be lying. You could have been lying since the day we met you. You could be. But I did not lie. I find it very hard to lie. We do not really know how to. And that, says Iggy with a decisive nod, could easily be a lie. No, comes the cockpit's voice. She is telling the truth. Helen and everyone like her has a very limited capacity for deception. I, for example, am a much better liar than Helen. But you're not real, says Iggy. If I wanted to, I could do a long pause now to indicate that you have hurt my feelings. Indeed, I am not made, as you say, from flesh and blood, but my ability to tell untruths is as good as yours, probably better in fact. After all, I have learned from the best. Who is that? Why, human beings, of course. Now strap yourselves in, fold your trays, and may please ensure that any domestic fowl are securely stored in the overhead lockers as we reach cruising altitude. Cabin crew, doors to manual and cross-check. The noise in the cockpit increases slightly and I detect a change in movement. Helium says to me, it is just Philip. He likes to try to be funny. He has picked up a lot of odd phrases. Hilarious, says Iggy. Thank you, says Philip. I was being sarcastic. Ah, yes, saying the opposite of what you mean for the purpose of humor or mockery. That is a tricky one for me. The screen before us clears and Iggy and I look at the vast glowing blue-white ball beneath us. Doesn't look like we have gone very far, begins Iggy. That is not Earth, says Helen. Philip? Philip's lights comes on and his voice follows. You are looking, my friends, at our home planet. It is called... Where he makes a noise as though he is singing two notes while gargling. He says Anthala and Philip repeats it. That will have to do. Anthala. It's a planet very like Earth in many respects. Similar temperature, similar gravity, similar atmosphere, you can breathe, talk and so on. There is much less land, much more water, no moon. Population stable at 14 million. Average lifespan 28 years. Inhabitants virtually disease-free. Hunger and violent death non-existent. The last war was fought about 700 years ago and an entire civilization rebuilt from the ashes of the Big Barn. Any questions? It is more of a statement actually. Philip doesn't wait for us to ask anything. Instead he carries on. Landing approach in 2 minutes. Visual inhibitors fully operative. Please extinguish all cigarettes and have your tickets ready for inspection. The screen goes black again and the pitch of the engine changes. I do have a question as a matter of fact, says Iggy. Why are you activating the visual inhibitors? I mean, that makes it undetectable, yes? Why the secrecy? I have to hand it to Iggy. He asks cleverer questions than I do. There is a long pause before Helen says, because this is a secret mission. Philip says, if I were you, I would have lied, Helen. No need to alarm them unnecessarily. But now, of course, I am alarmed. Are we in danger? Philip says, oh no. At the same time, Helen says, oh yes. At least I know now who to believe. Chapter 60. Helen. We are in no danger as long as everything goes to plan. Correction, the danger is minimized as everything goes to plan. The problem is, however, that we do not have a plan, that is. We, Philip and I, appear to be making a habit of leaving planet suddenly with no clear idea of what will happen next. Philip, Broadsword calling, Danny boy, are you receiving me? I speak to Philip in my own language so as not to alarm my human passengers. They are looking out of the craft, mesmerized by the glowing planet hiding behind us. Where will we land, Philip? There is nowhere completely safe, Helen. My re-entry parameters are set to land exactly where we took off. This carries an obvious risk of detection. On the other hand, it is exactly what would not be expected. That sounds promising, I say. It does. Only one snag. The assistant advisors will be expecting me to do what is not expected. So we should not do that then. On the contrary, that is exactly what we should do. The AAs will have anticipated that the bots such as I would be able to predict their expectations, and so we should not do the very opposite of what they expect us not to do, which amounts to not doing what they expect. Wait, I say. Can I say that again? No, we need to go now. The Earth Girl is seeking is due for presentation at Art Zone today. I take a deep breath. Very well, Philip. Proceed. Here is what we will do then. Philip and I will land with our artly cargo with chicken which I had not expected. We'll land where we took off 3 years ago. Philip's VI systems are rather basic by our standards and we can only hope that our re-entry will not be noticed. If it is, we may be intercepted and that could get very awkward. If Philip and I have timed this right, and so far I think we have, the Earth boys and I will proceed immediately to Earth Zone 3. We will then save Tammy and fly her back to Earth 4. I'm a little unclear how we will actually carry out that last part. Chapter 61. Ethan. We are high above the grey-brown Earth. Helen finishes talking with Philip and says, we are ready to land. We shall be making a rapid vertical descent straight down to our landing target. Such a descent increases the risk of collision with other airborne vehicles but decreases the risk of direction. Hold tight. Philip, go. Hang on to your hardy hawks, folks, says Phillips. But do not be alarmed. I usually get this right. Usually, I say, but then I realize he is joking. And besides, all the breath is sucked out of me as we start to fall. I glance over at Iggy, who is gripping Susie tighter than is probably good for her. And it's only when she squeaks a little in protest that he realizes and turns my terrified look. We are descending faster than we would fall, lower and lower, with the whine of the crowd's power getting higher and higher. My ears are popping like mad with the change in pressure outside the screen. The land is getting closer. I can make out a coastline and water, then some squarish, flat things that might be buildings, and dark shapes traveling fast in the sky. But it looks as though there is no way we will stop in time. I think I will give up, resigning myself to whatever will happen. I certainly don't think I'll survive, and for a few seconds I think, well, this is an odd way to die. And then it's dark and I'm being pulled upwards from my seat with the force of Philip slowing down the craft. We have stopped. I'm still trapped in my seat, alive and panting hard. Helen says something to Philip and they have a brief, rapid exchange of words. Even though I can't understand it, I can pick up on the extended tension in his voice. What's happening? I say. Is everything okay? No, replies Helen. Everything is definitely not okay. Chapter 62. Come quickly, says Helen after a moment, ushering us out of the open side with her hand. Philip has intercepted signals from the hunters. They're on their way. Hunters? I think. But Helen is beckoning us urgently. Iggy goes first, but I'm still struggling with the strap, which has got tangled with something behind me. Susie is cowering behind my seat. Through the front screen, I see Helen and Iggy move stealthily across the floor of a large cavern lit with huge candles. Wait, I call. Then Helen stops and she turns back, her eyes wide with alarm, and she shouts something as two hairy creatures, a bit like her but bigger, step out of the shadows. Philip, I say, I'm stuck. I've not finished speaking when the side door slides shut and Philip says, be quiet. I can hear that the group outside the spaceship are talking in animated, loud voices, but of course I cannot understand what they are saying. And to my horror, the two hairy creatures who are in the shadows step forward. One of them is holding a black stick with which they touch both Helion and Lily. My friends instantly buckle at the knees and are supported by their attackers to stop them falling to the ground. One of the creatures looks familiar. It has a dark streak of hair running from the center of its head. I think back to the Australian webpage I looked at. The creature matches the drawing exactly and a chill of fear grips my throat. From behind the spacecraft, another creature comes, pushing a kind of trolley, a bit like the ones you get in hospitals, only it is a double-decker. They pick up Helen and lay her on the bottom section with Iggy laid out on the top. Philip, I hiss. What is going on? In reply, Philip murmurs, I miscalculated. The risk was obviously greater than I anticipated. They've been waiting for us to return. And all I can do is watch in terror. Helen and Iggy are on the trolley and are pushed by the other hairy creatures from the large cavern down. Only then do I finally struggle free from the strap that has been restricting me and which I realize has saved me from the same fate. If I had stepped out at the same time with Iggy and Helen, then I too surely would now be in a trolley unconscious. I leaped to my feet, bewildered, panicking. Philip! What's going on? This is bad, Ifan. There is no other way of saying it. I gathered that. What's happened? Did you understand? Yes, I understood perfectly. The good news as far as you are concerned is that you are safe. I don't think anyone knows you are here. Just tell me what has happened, Philip, please. It would appear, Ifan, that the mission to return your sister has somehow misfired. The other conspirators, the so-called Harders, have been arrested and short-lived. A Harder called Kalan betrayed Helion and Iggy has been captured, presumably to be taken to our zone. That, at any rate, is how I understood the conversation that took place. Is that how Tammy was captured? Made to collapse like that? That is probable, Ifan. That large assistant advisor with the dark stripe of hair, she is a hunter and vicious with it. But they don't know I'm here. No, Ifan, they're expecting Helion on their own, so when she emerged with Iggy, that will have startled them. I promptly shut the door so that they would not see you. Just give me a moment, Philip. Finally, I open my eyes, wipe my nose on my sleeve, and I realize with a lead heavy heart that I'm still in the spaceship, a gazillion miles from home. Philip? Yes, Ifan. Can you take me home? Is that what you want? This is even harder. I think of Iggy stuck here on the alien planet. My sister too. I will never see them again. I close my eyes and take a breath. Yes. Very well, Ethan. Strap yourself in. Chapter 63. Come on, don't judge me. I have no choice. I'm alone here. I cannot stay. I think of Mom and Dad and what I will tell them. I got close. Really, I did. At least we know Tammy is alive. I did my best. And Gran, I'd say that, sorry, Gran, thank you for helping. I did my best. What can I tell to Iggy's mom? Sorry, Mrs. Fox Templeton, but Iggy is now in a zoo at the other end of the universe along with my sister Tammy. I did my best. No, none of this seems good. I feel the engine starting up. And then the vibration stops, and Philip says very softly, "Stay still, fan, and keep quiet." Through the screen at the front of the cockpit, I see that one of the creatures from before has returned. Is the one with the streak of darker hair. She strides forward towards the craft and then stops with her hands on her broad hips and starts to sniff. Her eyes dart to one side and then to another, then her nose twitches again. She's sniffing for me, I just know it. She crouches down when the group was standing before and smells the floor. Sniffing, sniffing, sniffing. I am so scared I don't think I'm even breathing. When I feel something brush the back of my leg, I think of my yell of fright gets as far as my throat before I stifle it. It's Susie, whom I had all forgotten about. The sniffing creature gets back in vision now and finally aims a frustrated kick at the craft and stalks off in the direction she came from. Philip, shh. I wait in silence for a few minutes. Then Philip says, "She's gone, Ivan, but she'll be back." How do you know? Because she told me she was not coming back. And as we know, Anthelons are very poor liars. She knows there is something inside here and they know what humans smell like. So she'll be coming back with others and something to force open my doors. Then, what do you think? One more original for Art Zone plus a chicken. I did my best. That was what I told Tammy the night she disappeared. And Tammy had retorted that I always say that. But I never do, right? She thinks that I do what looks like my best, but what people will think like my best. Yeah, and that I do just enough so that when I say I did my best, people will believe me and say that I did my best. And then she has said, "But you know what, Ethan? I know what your best is. I'm your twin, remember? I'm the other half of you. How could I not know? And you haven't done your best? Nothing like it. So don't lie." With my feet on the floor, I sense Philip's vibration starting again. I think about living the rest of my life without my twin, my other half. I think about telling Cora Fox Templeton that her son has been captured by our exhibition in the zoo, and about my mom and dad and poor Graham and the whole of our village that will forever be associated in people's minds with something sad. The vibrations are getting stronger and stronger, and I am shaking. Terrified about what I am going to do, what I have to do. "Philip, stop!" I cry out. "Gee, you sound distressed, Ethan. What is it?" I swallow hard and say, "We are not going home. Not back to Earth." "Not back to Earth, Ethan? Why not, kid?" I take a deep breath. Half the trembling has stopped and I stand up. "Because I haven't done my best yet." Chapter 64. You know that moment when immediately after you have made a big decision, your shoulders feel a little lighter and you can stand a little taller? It only lasts for seconds. Then Philip says, "I was right, here they come. If you want my advice, we need to get out of here." Dark Haistrike was coming with 5 other creatures. I said, "Activate the VI." "Roger that, we are activated, but they know we are here." By now our pursuers are banging on the side and one has brought an enormous tool that is swinging at the door. That looks like a sledgehammer. Old school but effective. He'll be through in a few more blows. You're strapped in? Too bad. I'm thrown violently against the wall of the cockpit as the spaceship lurches to one side. I feel the craft rising from the ground and heading slowly for the slot in the roof, which has widened sufficiently to let us through. They've located the roof over its system. "We may not make it through." "Hang on," said Philip. "It's too late to hang on to anything." Instead, I'm thrown to the other side of the cockpit, banging my head and elbow. And we're through. I would sigh with relief, but I'm on the floor nursing my cracked elbow with my left hand. "Are we safe?" I pant through spasms of pain. For the time being, I just need to run some external damage checks and activate the, I don't know what you would call it. It sends out a dummy signal and stops us being tracked by the advisor. This may take a while. We'll be cruising at a low level and there may be some sharp movements as we avoid other airborne vehicles that cannot see us. Like that. You can get a great view of our country. And by the way, that was pretty cool. That thing about doing your best. It's one of the reasons I totally dig humans. You got that whole noble thing going on. We can see that on Antla for like centuries, not since the big barn. So you have a plan? A plan? What sort of plan? Oh yes, hang on. Now that I think about it, I do have one because I've often wondered what it would be like to be on a rescue mission on an alien planet with a talking spaceship. That was sarcasm, right? I'm gonna take you to where this thing all started. There is a chance we could end it there. I'm beyond arguing. Cool, sit back, relax, and enjoy a range of gourmet snacks prepared by Antila's most skilled chefs. You're kidding! That's great news. I'm starving. You're right. I was kidding. Call it revenge for his sarcasm. Antlians don't really have taste buds like you do, so there's no need for chef's skill, or otherwise you'll find water and grease in the little locker behind your head. It's safe for humans. I gaze out of the front screen at the ground below. It's daytime and the sky is pure white with cloud stretching as far as I can see. Ahead and to the right are small, flat-topped rectangles of grey beach arranged in rigid lines. To my left, the little boxes stop in a line before a flat expanse of steel grey, which I guess is the sea. Every now and then there are square gaps in the boxes like a couple of football fields, and I can see people, well, Anthalans, gathered together and walking to and fro on the black surface. Then the boxes start again, row and row after them. There are hardly any trees. The whole thing looks as though it is made from Lego, black, grey, white and beige, and it stretches on and on and on. I get up and look for the opening that Philip said contains food. I think of Mam's pies from the pub, golden, crispy pastry and creamy mash with thick gravy, or Grand's hot chocolate, especially when she does sporty cream on the top. I have to swallow my saliva, I'm drooling so much. There's a small square door cut into the back of the cabin. I touch it and it pops open, revealing little blocks of grayish white. We call it grist. It's a plant-based synthetic food that contains all the nutrients required for health, said Phillips. So you grow it? I touch a cube with my tongue. They manufacture it. It is pretty much all they eat. It is perfect food. The humans in the Earth Zone all eat it. It's fine. I could probably eat a horse and its saddle. I'm that hungry. I put a square in my mouth and chew. It tastes of absolutely nothing, a bit like tofu. I finish my cube, then take a few more, then a few more until I feel the pain in my stomach receding. Is this all they have to eat? Yes, it is satisfactory. Whoops! Tracker beam coming. I've got to shut down the warbles or they'll interfere with the anti-tracker thing. The craft lurches slightly and then rights itself and Philip is silent. With a belly that's full for the first time in what seems like days, I feel drowsy. Eventually, I'm bored of looking at the unimaginable darkness of the city below me. My eyelids feel heavy and I fall into the deepest sleep. When I awake, the craft is still. It has landed and the front section is retracted so that I can feel the real heat of the sun on my face. The Lego box are nowhere to be seen. Instead, I'm looking at pine trees starring Douglas firs and twisty ash. There are densely packed bushes and the floor is carpeted with dark and dry pine needles and mossy rocks. I take a deep breath in through my nose. It smells exactly like home, only warmer and drier. The blanket of cloud has cleared. I close my eyes again and sigh with a deep sadness at the realization that I have been dreaming. I don't really want to open them again because I'd like to keep the image fresh of the deep, rich forest greens and rusty browns of the tree trunks. Ethan, it is Philip's voice. Perhaps I can just stay here in this dream. I wander to myself and I take another deep sniff of home. Hey kid, open your eyes, buddy. It is not a dream. Chapter 65. Blinking in the sunlight, I look around. The line of trees stretches out either side of me. Behind me is the barren grey wasteland. Running my tongue about my mouth, there's a faint residue of the stuff I ate before. Where are we? I ask. This, my friend, is the perimeter woodland of Earth Zone, 500 meters thick and stretching for a few kilometers in each direction. I stand up and step out of the craft flexing my elbow and wincing. It has swollen up badly while I was asleep, but I'm much more interested in the oaks directly in front of me. Wow, these are the first trees I've ever seen here. Well, the first normal ones. That's because they're pretty much the only ones. They're confined to the earth zone where they can grow wild and kind of messy. Other than here, we haven't had trees growing wild since the Big Burn. Even so, there's something not quite right about the forest. It's too dry. There are patches of brown on the trees, and the ground is brown and grey rather than grey and lush. Why is it so dry? Drought season, all the weather inside the zone is controlled. They experiment with different extreme conditions. Can you know? Heavy snow, excessive rainfall, that sort of thing. I step forward and Philip says, "No further. The whole thing is protected what will you say? A proton positive force field? I guess an invisible shield." Yes, exactly. You might want to watch that chicken. The reason we are here is that there is a temporary gap in the force field created by Kalan a few days ago. Think of it like cutting a hole in the chain like fence. But I do not think your chicken knows where the gap is. Susie is pecking the ground and getting closer and closer to the trees. And the next second, she does a little hop flap and gets much too near. I call out Susie, and without thinking of that possible consequences, I run towards her. Big mistake. She doesn't know me like she knows Iggy, and as I approach with my arms outstretched to grab her, she lifts away in alarm, flaps her wings, and heads straight for the trees. "No! Susie! Stop!" I shout. It's too late. There's a flash of white light and a sizzling noise where it hits the force field. To my horror, instead of bouncing off as though she has hit a wall, the speed of her approach carries her through towards the trees, and there is a pitiful squawk as a flaming, smoldering ball of feathers hits the ground and rolls out of sight into the undergrowth. "No! No! Susie!" I want to run forward to get her, but I can feel the prickling of the force field and I have to retreat. I slump onto the ground in dismay. In trying to save her, I have killed my best friend's pet. I scan the branches and undergrowth, and all I can see is little wisp of smoke and a lick of flame here and there where Susie's burning feathers caught the bone-dry leaves on the ground. "I'm sorry, Ifan," says Philip's voice from behind me. For a bot, he sounds pretty genuine. Getting wearily to my feet, I stare angrily at the place where poor Susie hit the shield. There is still a whitish patch where she went through, and in frustration I pick up a stone and throw it hard. It sails through the patch and pinches off a tree, and then the white patch slowly disappears, closing up as though it is healing. If I'm expecting this to make me despair, however, it doesn't. Something changed me earlier when I decided that I would get Tammy and Iggy back. The death of a chicken is not gonna stop me. "Philip," I say, "how do I get in there?" "I like your style, Captain," says Philip. "Like I said, there's a gap. If you find it, you may want to try the main entrance, maybe. It's the only other way." "It's got to be the main entrance, I think." "Okay, partner." Then I look down at myself. Jeans, trainers, hoodie, sweater. I look nothing like an Anthala. There is no way I can just walk up to the entrance. But how am I going to manage that? By listening to your Uncle Philip, that's how. Right now, though, we have to go. We can assume that a sudden breach of the force field will result in an investigation. We don't want to hang out around here. Chapter 66. Back in the craft, image of a shouldering Susie flapping through the force field stays in my mind, and I am silent as we continue our journey around the perimeter of Earth Zone. We keep the dense forest on our left for several kilometers until we see more vehicles ahead of us, some Anthalans and several low black Lego buildings. People are moving here and there. I don't know why. Perhaps there's some type of function. Philip stops our vehicle next to some others, but we do not get out. I've got to keep the VI on. An ancient GV like this one will attract a lot of attraction, kind of like an old Rolls Royce for you guys. The entrance is right ahead. There's a gap in the trees about as wide as a couple of streets. To one side is a vast screen showing black and bright images from inside Art Zone that I recognize from Helion's 3D film when we were in Mad Mixed Mental Rentals. That feels like years ago. That's it. You just walk in? I think I was expecting something like Disneyland. Ticket counters, queues, gift shops, popcorn stands, kids holding balloons, and smiling parents. Instead, the small groups of Anthalans walk silently and solemnly in and out of the gap. Philip says anyone can come and go and observe and learn. To one side of the entrance is a long, shallow pool with running water, and Thalans of all age stand up squat at the side, and it is a moment or two until I realize what they are doing. Is that a toilet? I ask Philip in disbelief. It's very open. Yes, Ifan, there is no shame here about bodily functions. I can't stop staring at these groups. I try to think beyond the fact that these small, hairy creatures who all look alike, and I realize what it is that is so strange. It is the silence. Nobody runs around or laughs or shouts. This is a day out, I think, a day away from their Lego boxes arranged in neat rows and their perfectly clean streets and parks with grass cut by robots and symmetrical trees. Philip, I say, is nobody having, fun? Good question, Ifan. Fun, delight, joy, these are human ideas. Here on Anthala, knowledge and learning and facts are what gives people satisfaction. And so they come here. They observe the art people and they leave satisfied that their own lives are much more safe and orderly. I kind of think about this as I watch the groups and singles entering and leaving Art Zone. After a while, I say, so how do I get in? I say, Ifan, that you just walk in with everybody else. But won't they stop me? Nobody will cause a fuss. Nobody ever does. My prediction is that they will watch you with curiosity but do nothing. They will assume you are one of the exhibits. There are boards at the entrance, but you will be going in, not out. Why would it stop you? Ifan! I fell silent as on the screen ahead of us by the entrance, a huge image of Tommy has just appeared, blinking and looking bewildered. Beneath the screen on the ground, a small group point and nod gravely to one another. Some symbols appear on the screen on top of Tammy's image. I do not need to be able to read Anthalan to guess at their meaning. New this week, original human from Earth. Come and see the latest exhibit. Or something like that anyways. Philip, take me to the hole in the shield. Both options, going in the main gate or sneaking in through an invisible gap in a force field that could roast me alive, are insane risks. Somehow at this moment, sneaking in seems slightly less insane. Or maybe it's just that I've lost any perspective. Chapter 67. I swallow hard and look again at the lines of trees in front of me. We are not far from where Susie went through with such awful results. I recognize a huge Douglas fir that towers over the other vegetation. If I just look at the trees and nothing else, I can imagine I'm back home, and so that is what I do. It helps. As Phillips had instructed, I approach the trees until I feel the hair on my arm prickly. Okay, I can feel it. I tell him over my shoulder. Now walk to the right, keeping the same distance from the trees, says Philip, his voice coming from the interior of the spacecraft. Farther, he says. Keep going. You will feel it eventually. After about 20 meters, I feel the prickling sensation diminish. Another 2 meters and it starts again, so I walk backwards to feel it stop. I think I found it. I gotta wish you good luck, Ifan. It's not something you hear much about on this planet. People here rely on calculating probabilities and accessing likelihoods and so on, but I think you're gonna need luck. This doesn't feel reassuring, but I say thank you because it's just polite and I know that Philip likes good manners. Can't you come with me? Can I eject you or something? No, sorry. An unattended GV would eventually attract attention, either from the Sky Eyes or Perimeter Patrol. Besides, if anything goes wrong in there, you do not want to be found with me. Trust me, you're better off on your own. But Philip, no buts, kiddo. Go. One of you art guys once said, the harder you work, the luckier you get. No one has worked harder than you to get your sister back, so I reckon you're due some luck. Besides, my systems tell me that a perimeter patrol is gonna be right over in about 30 seconds, which gives you less than that to get through the hole, which somebody took a huge risk to make for you. So what are you waiting for? I'll meet you back here, but right now I gotta go. These perimeter patrols are not fooled by I take a step and then stop, paralyzed by fear. If only I was not alone, I think. This is a twins dilemma. Since before I was born, I have had a partner, someone to share stuff with. Not now. Behind me, the craft is started up and I hear a swish as it zooms out with Philip in command. And now I truly am alone. With my back to the forest, I stare out at the barren landscape, but I have no time to wonder about it. In the far distance and approaching quickly along the line of trees is a large globe which I take to be the perimeter patrol. Running now, I get close to the force field, and as soon as the prickling of my skin stops, I clench my fist and dive left into a tiny gap in the bushes. I'm through! I crouch down in the crackling leaves between the shaggy, thick-trunked trees until I hear a low sound over it like a massive tumble dryer. The patrolling globe does not stop but passes over and I feel something like relief. I have stood up and I hear the tumble dryer noise again. It is returning and without thinking about it I lie flat on the ground, concealed by a dead tree trunk. The silver globe is about 2 meters across and it hovers close to where I came through. I dare not raise my hand to look. Instead, I try to make myself even flatter. If I could just sink into the earth, I would. My face is pressed into the dry, warm soil, and I can hear the thump, 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 thump throbbing noise of the patrol globe. I'm probably only here for about half a minute, but it feels longer. Eventually, the sound retreats, and I feel as though I can breathe out. As I do, I blink in astonishment. Remember, I'm still on my front, one cheek resting on the earth. Before me is a swollen orange shape that looks exactly like. Surely not. I put out my fingers to touch it, and I jump when I hear the voice behind me. You're right. It is a cheesy what's it. I thought I had dropped one. Helen? I say and leap to my feet. Without thinking, I rush forward and hug her, mindless of a smell, and for once I hardly even notice it. I said, what are you, how did Philip was bound to bring you here. I have been waiting. As for the rest, I shall explain later. Right now, we must move because we have been spotted. And where is Tammy? Is she here? Is she all right? What about Iggy? Helen pauses and looks awkward. What? What? I say. There have been complications. Follow me. Chapter 68. The dry sticks and leaves beneath my feet crunch noisily as I follow Helen through the woods. She walks fast, but she is not running, which I am grateful for. Despite sleeping, I might still be tired and hungry. As I go, Helen talks. Two new young originals. That is unusual here at Art Zone. A lot of people want to see them, and they are being closely guarded. You will see. Two? You mean Tammy and Iggy? Yes, exactly. Can we get them? Rescue them? I do not know if, and I was released almost immediately. I find it hard to lie, but I allowed them to believe that I caught Icky deliberately because I wanted to be a hunter. I had to promise to return to Earth and collect yet more originals. Icky will be introduced to the visitors in Art Zone in about 1 hour. He will meet Tammy and everybody is interested to see how they will react. A meeting between two originals around the same age who know each other has never been recorded before. I pondered this for a moment as the twigs crack under my feet. They're observing us like animals, I think, and I am creeped out the more I think about it. My heart quickens when I see the forest becoming thinner in front of me. Soon we are looking at a wide expanse of hills covered with high yellowing grass bending in the strong breeze. They need rain. The drought experiment has been going on for months now, but nobody seems to care. Then I yelp with alarm as two human beings who had been lying in the long grass get up, looking embarrassed as if we have disturbed them. They were probably sleeping. I'm sorry, I stammer, but I am so taken aback that I can only stare. They look at me without much curiosity, a man with a long dirty beard, perhaps in his 50s, and a woman with bushy corkscrew hair, dark skin, and rotten teeth. He is in badly fitting trousers and a t-shirt, and she wears a shapeless dress. They say nothing and turn away. Wait! Come back! Do not bother them. They do not speak your language, and there is nothing you can do for them. I stand there in the long grass watching them go. Are they originals? I say, and Helen shakes her head. Very unlikely. Probably created here on Anthala from original cells. Now come, we must hurry. She strides off and I follow her. But how? That's not how babies are made. Not on Earth it isn't, but we abandoned all that centuries ago. Far too risky, unhygienic, troublesome. Ethan, you must understand, everything is different here. Making babies, bringing up babies, having children, being with one another and staying with your children. It all requires something that most Anthalans do not possess. She puts her hand over her heart and then over mine. Love, a heart. But why? What are you all so scared of? We are scared of feelings, and so we don't. We have replaced feeling with facts. Facts cannot hurt. They are not funny or lovable. They just are. They are safe. They keep us well fed and peaceful. Facts have extended our lives to maybe twice what we were a few centuries ago. To do what? To do what, Ellen? What is the point of living if you don't, feel things, love each other? She stops and looks at me with her big pale eyes. With love comes hate, no? Look what hate does. We look at the odd people and find it remarkable that you have held yourselves back with your constant lying and fighting and worrying. So when the big burn destroyed almost everything, those who remained designed the advisor, and now our lives are governed by reason and reason only. Except for a few of us, the hardest we call ourselves, caused to experience feelings in a world that does not need them. We walk on in silence till we arrive at the top of a small inclined field, and from which I recognize from the 3D film that Helen showed us. At the end of the street is a raised stage. The whole thing makes us think of a street party we had for the royal wedding a few years ago when we lived in Culver Court. A local band played songs that Gran said were very rude, although Tam and I were too young to understand them. The sudden thought of home and Gran and Tammy stabs in my heart. Do not be afraid, says Helen. Nobody will notice you. They will think you're an exhibit. And there are dozens, maybe hundreds of hairy Anthalans walking about. The smell of them all together is almost overpowering. Mingling amongst them are humans. Helen was right, I don't stand up, but I can take my eyes off them. I approach one or two and say, hello, hi, and I smile, but they look at me with classy expressions and walk away. As for the Anthalans, they just ignore me, more or less. So far as they're concerned, I'm just another exhibit in their horrible human zoo. Helen shakes her head when I try to approach another human. You are wasting your time, Ethan. They have not learned English. Their memories have been modified, so... She's cut off when another Anthalan comes up to her and peers closely at her. He or she, I have given up trying to tell, then reaches out, touches Helen's face and says something before moving away. I should have not shaved, Helen says to me, stroking her cheek ruefully. It's attracting attention. Shh! Look over there! A murmuring passes through the crowd. Everybody stops and slowly turns their attention to the stage, which is about 20 meters away. Then a chant starts, quietly at first, growing slightly louder. Whoo, 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 whoo. It is the most haunting, chilling sound I think I've ever heard. I glance around nervously. Everywhere I look are the hairy Anthalans, plus one or two humans all staring emptily ahead and chanting together. Something is going to happen. Chapter 69 seems to be no pleasure in what they're doing in the chanting. It's not like a football chant, all people singing along at a concert or whatever people do when they sing hymns in church. This is weird and I can't tell if they're enjoying it or not. Anticipating my question, Helen leans into me and murmurs, this is like applause. Someone important is arriving. As if on Cue the hoo chant resolves into a long hoo as a figure appears on the platform and I gasp in recognition. It's the large Anthalon in the cavern who I think of as being called Darkstreak. She raises her arms and the hooves dies down. She addresses the crowd and her voice is loud and clear. Everybody is silent, nodding and occasionally murmuring in what sounds like approval tones. Darkstreak signals to another Anthelon standing in the side of the stage and a large globe materializes. A 3D image like the one we saw in Mad Max Mental Rentals. Only this is bigger. It's an image of Earth and I recognize land masses of the Americas and Africa. Darkstreak revolves it until it shows Australia and it all becomes clear to me. She's telling the story of Tammy's capture. There are a few sentences, then Darkstreak leans forward to the crowd and points out her swollen eye, caused by being whacked by that guy who had stopped to change his tire by the roadside. The crowd goes, whoo! Then the globe revolves and Darkstreak points to an empty island. No, it's not empty, it's a little island. Britain, the scene of Darkstreak's second attempt at capturing a human. Hoo. I know that something is about to happen. I don't know what it is, but I have a feeling deep inside my stomach that I will not like it. Be warned, Ethan. You're about to see Tammy. The Anthalons up there are assistant advisors. They're a bit like your police. Do not give yourself away. I'm supposed to be in charge. I'm supposed to be doing my best. I can feel in my stomach turning over and I still don't know what I'm going to do to get her back. And I have no idea what that might be. I don't know, though somewhere deep inside me as I stand in a dusty street surrounded by stinky hairy aliens and blank-faced cloned humans that the next few minutes will decide whether or not we ever get our old life back again. Chapter 70. Helen is gripping my wrist at my side and it's probably good that she is because when Tammy appears on the platform I might well shout out or run forward or do something stupid. In the end, I just watch in agonizing silence as I see Tammy mount the platform from the back flanked by two assistant advisors. My sister, my twin, my other half. Her hair is greasy and her cheeks are streaked with dark and tears. Her expression is as blank as those of the humans around me and she stares out at the crowd, her lips moving slightly as if she is talking to herself or playing or praying or I don't know what. She is still wearing what she left the house in and it is all so familiar that I find myself blinking back tears. She is clutching her bag close to her chest nervously with both hands. A low table has been brought onto the stage and Tammy stands next to it. I don't even know what to do. If she sees me in the crowd, will she even recognize me? If she does, will she cry out? If she cries out, what will happen to us? It all reminds me of a scene I saw in a film once when a king a long time ago was beheaded in front of a cheering crowd. Even though I'm pretty certain that Tammy is not going to be killed, it still sends a silence through me. I try to keep my head down a bit, but I cannot stop sneaking looks at Tammy, trembling with fear on a platform in front of his weird crowd who have taken off their chant yet again. I have a sickening feeling that something horrible is about to happen to Tammy when Darkstreak comes to the front again and starts to talk. She is saying something about a gift. When humans meet, they give each other gifts. Gift? I think for a moment. Oh, a gift! A present! Yes, humans exchange them. Well, yeah, sometimes. Special occasions, you know. This is very strange to us. We are going to see this happen. What on earth is she on about, or Darkstreak for that matter? I'm baffled. See it happen? See what? There are some people who have heard Helen and me talking, and even though we are talking softly, they must have heard that it was another language. They have started to turn and look and point, and one of them rubs his hairy chin. Helen nudges me to keep quiet for there in further movement at the back of the platform. Darkstreak has something in her hand which glints in the sun when she holds it aloft. She spreads her bony fingers and I see she is holding Iggy's glasses by one of the arms and I swallow hard. The Two guards appear again, and between them this time is Iggy, twisting his flat cap in his hands, his deep copper hair seeming to glow in the sunlight against the dried out trees and the grey white hair of his captors. But it's his face that recognizes me. I was kinda expecting him to be half drugged like Tammy. Instead, his green eyes are furious and his mouth is set into the angriest scowl I've ever seen in my life. It doesn't go unnoticed in the crowd either. A low ripple passes through the anthalons around me and they look more intently. One of his guards puts a hand on Iggy's upper arm. He shakes it off angrily and he stares out at the crowd, pure rage seeming to seep from every pore. He looks over at Tammy, who returns his gaze but blankly. Iggy shakes his head with sorrow and anger. Then, at a signal from Darkstreak, Tammy reaches into her black school bag and fumbles around for a few seconds. For a moment, I'm thinking, "Go, Tammy, pull out a gun or something," but instead she removes one of the three poorly wrapped presents that she had been taking to Scottish Sheila that night she went missing. What? I think I say it loud because people turn and look at me again and I see Helen glancing around. She grabs my hand. "Come," she whispers and almost drags me to a different part of the crowd, nearer to the platform this time. Still, I can feel the crowd's eyes following me. Anthalans, you will know by now, are pretty inexpressive, but I see one of them look up at Tammy, then at me, and then look to Tammy. I often forget how close Tammy and I resemble each other, but there is no forgetting now. More people are noticing and pointing. Meanwhile, on the stage, Tammy has given one of the presents to Iggy, who takes it in both hands and starts to unwrap it. Neither Tammy nor Iggy has noticed me yet. Tammy because of her detached mental state. I guess Iggy because... well, I don't know. Perhaps he's just too upset to concentrate on anything other than what is happening to him at that moment. Inside the wrapper is a box. He is shaking his head with puzzlement because it's a box with a bottle inside, a bottle of vodka. The crowd seem fascinated, and those who are near me switch their attention from me to the stage as Darkstreak puts down Iggy's glasses, grabs the bottle from the table, and holds it up. I wish I knew what she was saying because it is making the crowd excited. Darkstreak minds drinking from the bottle and then allows her tongue to loll out of her mouth and the legs buckle. I get it, she's pretending to be drunk. Oh no, I immediately guess what is going to happen. Are they going to make them drink it? Hellion nods. Kids don't drink alcohol. It will make them sick. It could even kill them. Especially that super strong stuff that Dad got from the Polish guy. "No!" I shout, and my hand is over my mouth even before the syllable is finished, but it's too late. Darkstreak stops and puts the bottle of vodka down on the stage floor. Slowly, she comes to the very edge of the platform and looks out, her large red eyes scanning the crowd. It seems as though everybody is turned to look at me. Glancing to the guards at her side, Darkstreak extends a long finger, pointing to me, and in an instant they have leaped down from the stage and are right next to me, grasping my upper arm in their bony hands and breathing their foul breath into my face. "Hellion!" I cry, but she has melted back into the crowd as I am half dragged, half carried onto the stage, where I look out at hundreds of pairs of eyes, all wondering what will happen next. I try to catch Tammy's eyes, but her expression is blank and empty. Iggy, however, he is not drugged or memory wiped or whatever it is they have done to Tammy. His eyes are sparkling with... could it be mischief? I can't be certain, and in my terror about what is to happen next, I'm not sure I'm thinking straight, but it's a look I've seen on his face before. Most recently when we were fishing that night, Hellion appeared, but it's more than that. It's a look he had when he showed me his death ray that morning on the bus to school. Something is about to happen and Iggy is to be the cause of it. He is standing next to me now and keeps his face turned to the crowd. He murmurs, "You took your time, Tate. What are you up to?" I whisper. "Nothing," he says, but he winks as he says it. Chapter 71. I can't speak for fear. Iggy, on the other hand, has his shoulders pulled back and his jaw thrust out defiantly. He is planning something. I just know it. I look around the stage. Is that a half smile on Darkstreak's face? Surely not. I say nothing. Darkstreak has unscrewed the lid of the bottle and given it to Iggy. He takes it and gives it a big, deep sniff. He looks up at the sky and then behind him to the two other bottles of vodka, now unwrapped on the low table. You know that Felina song? I think we should pretend that it's a human ritual. Come on, he says out of the side of his mouth. Holding the bottle in his hand, he struts up and down the stage like a tune going la 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 dum 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 to the tune of the ridiculous Felina song, the one that had been sung so sadly at the candlelight vigil for Tammy and again by Helen in the toilet of the Stargazer. It strikes me again as I watch Iggy. How did Helen know? I'm snapped out of my wandering by Iggy. Come on, join in, Tammy as well. I have literally no idea where this is going, but it is so mad, so completely crazy that I find myself making chicken noises and flapping my arms, trying not to think of how I'll tell Iggy later about Suri. If there is a later, of course. The audience look on quite bewildered. Meanwhile, Darkstreak has stepped back and folded her arms, nodding apparently content to let these crazy art people entertain the crowd. Do, the chicken hop and so on. It's like a little light has come on behind Tammy's eyes. Slowly, she joins in with the do, then starts to bob and flap. Come on, Tam, you remember it. As we strut, the crowd starts hoo-hooing. I think they're actually enjoying something for the first time in their lives. As for me, despite my fear, I started to laugh inside at the thought of the crowd believing that this is what humans do every time we exchange gifts. Have you got your old snot rag? Iggy says to me. I reach into my pocket and bring out my hanky. I've noticed that as we have been dancing about, Iggy has been spilling quite a bit of the vodka on the stage, and there is now a trail of large droplets and rivulets leading over the back of the platform. Rip your hanky into shreds, Tate. 3 long strips. Go on, do it. We can't keep this up for much longer. Get ready to follow me and run. I bite into the hem of the hanky and do as he says, tearing the fabric into strips as I copy his ridiculous steps to the sound of the crowd's rhythmic hoo hoo hoo. Iggy takes one of the strips and waves it over his head like some demented Morris dancer. Tammy and I do the same. Then he shouts at the crowd, Right, you lot, who's for a goblet of fire? I gasped, remembering my dad shouting the same words as I burst into Stargazer that night Tammy went missing. Is this hitting where I think it is? Don't do the next bit, Iggy says to me. Iggy takes a huge mouthful of vodka. Honestly, he holds the bottle up for ages and his cheeks are bulging. The crowd goes, Whoo! In approval. Only I don't think he actually swallows it. Still, Tammy and I are dancing and still the crowd is chanting. Iggy has taken his handkerchief strip and held it against the bottle top, which, while he inverts, soaking the cloth with super strength polished vodka. I still have no idea what he's doing. He waves it around, some more droplets of vodka going everywhere, and then he discards it and it lands on the floor between the little table where his glasses are. Are you making a? I start and he knows, his cheeks still bulging. I know immediately what I must do. He's doing a death ray. I grab the bottle from him and take over the dance, deflecting all of Darkstreak's attention to me while Iggy retreats. I hardly dare to look, but he's really doing it. The sun is strong and almost overhead, and Iggy carefully and casually positions his glasses on the low table so that the sunlight goes through the clear liquid in the bottles, and the beam is further concentrated through his thick spectacle lens. He still hasn't swallowed his mouthful, and I think Darkstreak has noticed. I can see the pinpoint of burning light on the floor caused by Iggy's specs, and he gently kicks the vodka-soaked rag into position right in the beam of the death ray. I can hardly breathe with nerves, for it could catch fire at any time, and then what? For all their universal intelligence and lifelong learning, Antillans have never ever come across a crazy, school-excluded 13-year-old boy with possible behavioral problems who knows how to make fire. My heart is pounding so hard that it almost hurts. 10 seconds at least have gone by and the audience are getting restless. I start to hear growls and murmurings. I imagine they're calling, Oi, out boy, enough of the prancing around. 20 seconds and I'm desperately trying not to look at the rag on the floor. Iggy has joined me and he indicates that I take a swig from the bottle as well, if only to buy us some more time. I tip the bottle up and as I fill my mouth, I see that someone in the crowd is pointing. I look back and the tiny flame is flickering from my handkerchief. Seconds later, the whole rag is burning and the fire has spread a few inches with the drops we have spilled. Darkstreak has not noticed yet, but she soon will. The chanting of the crowd stops as though a switch has been flickered and there is a groan of, I don't know what it is at first time, I look out at the crowd and their eyes have all widened and they are murmuring between themselves. It is fear. The primitive fear of fire that no amount of education, no amount of clinical, genetically engineered cloning could eradicate from their strange race of creatures. Tasha has unfolded her arms and is ready to step forward when suddenly the vodka-soaked stage catches fire in a large burst of bluish-orange flame. The crowd starts to move, backing away. I have grabbed Tammy's hand as I have guessed what is about to happen and I want to be able to get out of there quickly. The Anthala and girls are moving towards us. I spit out the vodka from my mouth onto my strip of hanky and bend down to dip it in the flames. It catches immediately. One of the guards has taken out his black stick and has raised it up to strike me, but I brandish the burning rag at him and he freezes in fire. Then lifting his bottle high above his head, he smashes it on the stage with all the Forsaken master, and as he lifts out of the way, the bottle breaks, the vodka catches alight in a burst of flames, and a scream erupts from the crowd. This is too much for Darkstreak, who takes 2 strides forward, and as she reaches out to grab him, Iggy unloads the contents of his bulging mouth onto her chest in a long spurting stream. The alcohol ignites immediately, and Darkstreak utters a horrible yell as her body hair erupts in flames. It is chaos on the stage. The guards have retreated, and the flames are licking around her feet. Into the trees, yells Iggy. Throw one into the trees. I grab a bottle and cast it in a high arc. It smashes against a rock, spilling vodka over a wide area. Next, I throw my flaming hanky, which has started to burn my hand, and it immediately ignites the spilled alcohol. Tammy! I shout over the noise of the crowd. Stones in the lake! Stones in the lake! Tammy remembers our game. She grabs the third bottle and lobs it in the direction of the crowd, where it forms a huge pool of liquid and causes everyone to run in panic, screaming an animal howl of terror as it catches fire. The flames have spread instantly, following the line of the spills that Iggy made during one crazy dance and whipped up by the wind. As the three of us leap off the back of the stage in the confusion, more of the tinted dry undergrowth is sparkling and catching fire. 2 guards who were holding us on the stage have run away, their fire blazing. Darkstreak is emitting a hissing growl and frantically beating the flames that have now spread to her head, while the crowd of Anthalans have gone crazy, running away from the spreading fire. Iggy and I, each holding one of Tammy's hands, run behind the line of flickering flames and into a wall of smoke. Chapter 72. It has all been chaotic, so utterly mad that I have not even paused to acknowledge the fact that I am back with my sister. If you were wanting a moment in the midst of the frenzy when I lock eyes with my twin and we fall into each other's arms and promise never to be parted again and all of that stuff, that way where I go high time and we embrace, well, let me say that I wanted that too, but it didn't happen. Is it I'm running through undergrowth, holding Tammy's hand, and still I cannot take time to enjoy that she is back at my side, not when there is a shit of fire spreading around us that we can only just outrun. And so we keep running, choking on the smoke until the three of us come to a clearing in the woods and we stop, coughing and panting hard. Looking back through the smoke, I can see the shapes of 2 or maybe 3 anthalons coming in our direction, and if I can see them, they can probably see me. That way, I shout through a severe bout of coughing. In the distance, I can make out the tip of the huge Douglas fir which marked the hole in the force field where I came in. Iggy doesn't question me and seems happy for me to take the lead. It's our only hope, I gasp. Off we go again, and still Tammy hasn't said a single word. On the other side of the clearing, we plunge into the woods again, and by now I'm only guessing the direction because the big Part-3 is obscured by all the other trees and we have to keep dodging around bushes and changing directions. Behind us, the noise of the fire is getting louder, and every minute or two there is a loud cracking noise as another thicket of dried undergrowth catches alight, fanned by the strong breeze. But at least we are keeping ahead of the flames, and we think we have lost our pursuers. I'm beginning to think we might be alright, and I even let go of Tammy's hand. I can see the massive Douglas fir again a few meters ahead. Tammy is running well and not panting as much as Iggy and I, and then crack! She doesn't even yell in pain. Tammy literally bounces back from a thick branch that she has run straight into at full speed and lies flat out on the ground. Tammy! I shout. Hey, wait! Iggy runs back and we both crouch over her. Her forehead is deeply gashed and bleeding. Tammy! I shout, but she does not respond. Is she dead? I can't tell and don't even dare to fear that she might be. Already head is swelling up where she hit it. I grab her shoulders and I shake her hand before gathering her into my arms and burrowing my head into her hair, not caring that it's dirty, just wanting her back. Tommy! I say again. He is standing next to us. No, no, no. No, no, not when we are so close. Somewhere deep inside me, I figure that I am starting to be caught, and as I notice the figure of an Anthalan coming towards us, leaving through the smoldering undergrowth and getting closer with every step. He has sunk to his knees next to Tammy and me and puts his head in his hands with despair. I move back to stare at Tammy's face, and it's like looking into a mirror. Can Iggy and I fight off a single Anthalan? I remember what Helen did to Sheba the dog, and my stomach twists in fear. I'm sorry, Tam, I say. I did my best. This time I really think I've done my best. I sit back on my heels and hang my head, resigning myself to whatever may happen. But now the fire is getting close enough that I can feel its heat, and I do not hear what the Anthalan that has been pursuing us gets closer, but I see the large, hairy, six-toed figure come and stand next to me. She is not dead, I am thinking, but we must move quickly. Helen! I look up, speechless with relief, and I leap to my feet. How? What? It's definitely her, and she is holding something round and blackened in her arms. He is now on his feet too, a massive grin on his face. She is going to be okay, you say? Oh my word, Susie! What happened to you? From out of Helen's bundled arms pokes a tiny blackened head, and she holds up Susie. Her feathers are burnt away on her head, poor thing, and some wing feathers are badly singed. But she is definitely alive. She jogs her head around to Iggy at the mention of her name. Helen grabs her and nuzzles her a little bit, and then hands her over. And Iggy gathers her up, cuddling her poor damaged body and laughing and sobbing with relief. Helen leans over Tammy with her healing stick and moves it over her skull. Seconds later, Tammy starts coughing, then she blinks and tears are streaming down her smoke-streaked face. She looks at me and blinks harder, then looks again. Ethan? Ethan! And that's when we fling our arms around each other in a huge embrace. It's as if she's seeing me for the first time, as if the previous hour or so she didn't happen. She puts her hand to her head and pulls it away, startled at the blood. What happened? She says. You're back! You're not weird anymore, says Iggy, punching the air with delight. How did that happen? Probably the blow to the head, the memory wipe, was subjected to a cranial trauma, resulting in a Helen says. Yeah, whatever, says Tammy looking at Helen. I guess you're son of those good guys. Carlo told me there were some. Ow! She winces in pain as she scrambles to her feet. Here, have this. Keep passing it over your wound. Yes, I am one of those good guys, but those are not. I can make out the unmistakable white shape of dark streak striding towards the smoking undergrowth between us. We're up on our feet and running again. He has stuffed Susie under his arm and is still managing to keep up with us. I know a way through, I gasp to the others. It's near here, and I know it must be near because I can feel the tingling sensation from the force field. Keep back, I warn them. Darkstreak and her partners are getting closer, and I cannot feel the break in the force field. Then the tree is clear, and I see the spacecraft with its front open, ready for us. Where is it? There's a break in the force field just near here. In fact, exactly here. I point to the spot where I came through. I can even see the scuff marks in the soil where I lay down to hide from the perimeter patrol, which stopped and made noises exactly when I came to. My shoulder slumps when I realize that the hole has been repaired. Of course it has been repaired. That is what perimeter patrols do. Philip even told me. Darkstreak is only about 30 meters away and they aren't even running now. They know we are trapped. She shouts something in Anthalan and then in broken English. Stop and you will leaving. Attempting further escape and you will dying. We are cornered. To our left, the flames are getting closer. While straight away, Darkstreak ambles towards us. I can even make out the burnt hair on her chest and head where she copped it from the burning vodka. Everything about her spells fury. Then Susie squawks and flaps her wings. Something sparkles in my mind when I look at her brown feathers, and then I yell at the others. Susie flew at the force field and burst through it. Where she went through, it left a hole for about 4 seconds. I threw a stone through it. It can be bridged. It cannot be done. It will surely die. Susie was lucky, or perhaps her feathers protected her, or I do not know my. Have I done my best? Does doing your best include running at a force field and killing yourself? This is all happening in seconds, and darkstreak is almost upon us when a nearby tree creaks and starts to fall. It sends up a shower of sparks and smoke, which holds Darkstreak back long enough for Hellion to come close to me. When she turns and shouts something at Darkstreak in their own language, Darkstreak's path is steel blocked, but she shouts something back and begins to edge her way around the smoldering log. What did you say? I reminded her of when we were at school and we saw a human being leap in front of a motor car to save a child. I will be going for a long sleep no matter what happens. So tally ho. And tell the Jobs that I'm sorry about Sheba. What? She moves away a little. Then without warning, she hurls herself at the force field. No, Helen! There's a blue flash and a loud crackling sound as a rip appears in the force field. A strong gust of wind clears the smoke just enough for me to see the whitish gash where Helen has gone through and a charred form lying on the other side of it. Chapter 75. I can't stop to think. Come on, I tell the others and put a squirting Tammy through the gap first. I'm not going to make it. Go, I yell to Iggy, and he too is through as I see the rip in the force field mending itself from the top. I barely notice the loud creaking noise behind me as another tree succumbs to the fire and begins to topple. I have a second left and hurl myself at the hole but get held back. Darkstreak is on me, her thin, strong hand grabbing the collar of my jumper. She growls something in my ear, and as I try to wriggle from her grasp, I see her hideous, burned face and smell the blackened hair. I did my best, I think, and prepared to give in when the falling tree connects with her back and sends us both sprawling. There is a gap left at the bottom of the hole that's about 30 centimeters high, and I scramble towards it and roll under. My leg is out last, and I feel a searing pain shoot through my foot as the force field closes around it. And I'm free! Panting and choking, I get up on my elbows and see Darkstreak immobile behind the burning tree, her blackened and burnt face in a deathly green of agony that will haunt my dreams for years to come. Iggy is on all fours, retching and coughing while a blackened Susie pecks at the ground next to him. Tammy is bent over, hands on the knees of her filthy jeans, panting while the spaceship hovers a few meters away, waiting for us. Beside me lies Hellion. I think she's motionless, and then I notice a slight rising and falling of her chest, and I scramble over to her. Hellion! Hellion! Can you hear me? And her eyes flick open. She blinks in response. I'm blinking myself to try to clear my eyes out to you. Why? Why did you do that? I did not understand when I was young. Her voice is very quiet and it's not clear if she's speaking to me or to herself. But now I do. It is a case of thinking that someone else is more important than yourself. What? Sacrifice. It is not rational. Humans are not always rational. That is the point. Thank you for being my friends, she says to Tammy and me and Iggy. Her eyes are closing, then her arm twitches. She squints with the effort of moving it as she brings her hand over her heart and touches it with 3 fingers. Then her eyes shut, and this time I know it is forever. Hey kids, get in quickly. The perimeter patrol will be here in a few seconds. I have never been so relieved to hear a bot's voice. No one pursues us from our zone. None of us says a word all the way back, although there are a lot of aerial vehicles heading in the other direction. Tammy sits next to me, staring straight ahead and holding my hand, the unburned one, so hard there will be a bruise there tomorrow. Iggy is curled up, hugging Susie. I don't want to say anything. We all realize that there is only one thing to say, and that is, how are we getting back to Earth? Obviously, we want to know how, but as long as we don't know, then we can close our eyes and pretend that everything is alright. I close my eyes and I imagine that I'm in the school taxi bus with Tammy next to me and Iggy showing me his death ray. This is nice, I think. So long as I don't open my eyes, this is great. But then I do open my eyes and wish I haven't. Chapter 76. Are we home? Says Tammy wearily. Not yet, kiddos. We will be here for an hour. Do not disturb me. I am going, as we would say, offline for a little while. Minor repairs, part checks, do not go far. Are we safe? Probability of discovery here 18%. Local massive traffic, all devoted to the fire at our zone. Security presence here minimal. So we are not completely safe. No, but when are you ever? I step painfully out of the GV on my burnt foot, and as soon as I do, I can hear something in the distance. Whoo, 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 whoo! Can you hear that? They cock their heads to listen and follow me as I limp up the metal stairway to ground level. It's a risk, but I have to know what is going on. Oh my word, what have we done? The sun is just beginning to dip in the sky behind us, but away on the horizon is the orange glow of the blazing earth zone. Are they pleased, you think? Says Tammy. Oh, yes, comes a voice from behind us. Very pleased. We swing round and all gasp together at the Antharan figure outlined against the darkening sky. It is all right, it is okay, it is I, Kalan, says the figure. I saw you before, when they took me away. You brought them to us. You betrayed us, Tammy says. Kalan shakes his head and says, No, I did not betray you. It was another of our group, Old Ash. I had to pretend, though, or I would have been long asleep. I deceived them. It's a valuable skill. I had to trust that you would think of something. Humans are good at that. You think for yourselves. We do not. But how are you here? Asks Iggy wearily. Do you hear that? The hoo-hoos? Chaos creates opportunities. Like you, I took advantage of that and, well, here I am. Well done, by the way. I guess that was your doing. His English is much better than Helen's, but I'm not still sure I trust him. So why did you come exactly? Tammy says. Why do you think? To see Helen, to make sure she's safe. She and I... Kalan looks me in the eye and then Tammy and Iggy. Then he puts his hand to his heart and I realize what he is trying to say. I cannot tell him. It is Tammy that makes a step towards him and says, Helen didn't make it, Kalan. Did not make what? He says. She's dead, but without her we wouldn't have been alive. He nods slowly and blinks, a single tear zigzagging through the downy hair of his cheek. I'm sorry, we all are. Listen, he says. He gestures down the hill. Drifting up on the air, down the Lego city below us, comes a sound that mingles with the continued hoo-hoos. It's the orchestral music that was playing when we all met in Matt Makes Mental Rentals. George Gershwin, says Iggy, grinning. The beats and haunting wails of the Rhapsody in Blue begin to fill the air from every public speaker and screen. It might be how we remember her. This was brought back from art many years ago, but was immediately banned, I suppose you would say. Music has not been heard in public for centuries. You cannot enjoy music without feelings. What about, the advisor? Will he, I don't know, will he be angry if he is banned music and so on? Tammy says. Kalan gives a snort that could almost be a laugh. He. There is no he or she. Advisor, isn't it? Just a vast network that runs everything and keeps everything working just well enough, so long as everyone behaves. It goes on forever, space. Forever and ever and ever. We have explored a lot of it, There are lots of other beings out there. If I had time, I would tell you about the 8 types of Derenian from Dereen. That is an amazing story. But why do you think Anthalans wanted an exhibit of humans and none else? Iggy, Tammy and I exchange looks but shake our heads at Kalan. I cannot imagine. Wrong! You can imagine. You can imagine. That is the difference. That is why you fascinate us. Most of us lost the ability to imagine hundreds of centuries ago. Diminished by generation and generation of automation, reproduction in automation, dependence on advisor. All that was needed were facts, information, formulas. But you are people, you dream, you lie, you cheat, you tell jokes, you tell stories, you make music. You love one another, you hate one another. And that makes you all different. Which means that you fight, but you fascinate us. Your imaginations are more vast than the whole of space. The chants of who are quite loud now, and there is something about the chanting that I have not heard before. The music is repeating and the chants are now in time with the music and it sounds joyful. Hear that? Kalan says. It is almost like singing. And again his mouth pulls back into his strange, sad Anthalan grin. There's a humming noise behind us, and we all turn to see the big triangular spacecraft rising up towards us from the sunken cavern. Passengers with small children or chickens have priority boarding. Please have your passports and boarding cards ready. Thanking you. It's odd, but when I embrace Kalan to say goodbye, I hardly notice his smell at all. He hugs me back. Are you going to say anything when you get there? I mean, are you going to tell the truth? That is a fact. What do you think we should do? Sometimes facts are overrated. Moments later, we are strapped in and heading home. It's a smooth landing without splashes. Chapter 77. Philip takes us to a jetty and we step out as if we are getting off a ferry. Philip, are you going to be alright? In what sense do you mean alright, Ethan? I think for a moment and realize that I do not really know. Have you forgotten that I'm just a bunch of data? I'm not real. Oh, but you are, protests Tammy. You are to us. That's what I love about you humans. You can believe anything is real if you use your imagination. Philip, I say, did you ever sing the Chicken Hop song with Helen? Only she knew it and well. No, Ethan, that is not a song I'm familiar with at all. Is it any good? I say nothing. I'm thinking about what Grant said. Somewhere out there in the I don't know what there's a connection. One more thing, Philip. There are still humans on Anthala. What about Carlo? Will he be coming back? Says Iggy, interrupting my thoughts. And that's another thing about humans you care. I guess it all kind of depends on Kalan and what else has happened when I get back. Wish me luck. You don't believe in luck? I smile. After the last few days, I may have changed my mind. I feel like I want to give Philip a hug, but I have to settle by patting the sides of a spaceship that I can't even see. We wait till the steam has dispersed and we turn and start the walk back along the jetty towards the village. Susie flapping her charred wings and Iggy striding ahead, his hands deep in his shorts pockets, his eyes squinting because he never recovered his glasses. We are silent for a bit and then Iggy stops and says, "Are you thinking about her as well?" Hellion. Tammy and I look at each other and we both nod. It feels like a twin thing, both of us thinking alike. Then she links my arms with hers. She did her best, I say. So did you, says Tammy, squeezing my arm, and that feels good. As though I really have my sister back now. There's a bit of a moment between Tammy and me. As she looks at me and says, "Thank you," and poor Iggy watches us, looking a bit embarrassed. We walk on through the snow after a while. Ahead of us, we see the forecourt of the Stargazer, crammed with vehicles and lights and TV cameras, and we stop. Are we gonna tell them everything? Says Iggy eventually. I don't know, I say through a breath. I unlock my eyes from Tammy's and add, "What do you reckon?" She doesn't say anything but hugs me again, and that's when I feel something hard inside her jacket. It suffices her as well. Frowning in puzzlement, she brings out Helian's healing snake. Well, I guess if we do decide to tell them we've got proof. Going back up the prop driveways towards the lights and the gathered reporters and onlookers in the sort of thing that would be normally terrifying. Chapter 78. You okay? Once you set fire to a human zoo a gazillion alien miles from home, Tate, nothing is as scary as it used to be. Coming along, Susie. Be a good chicken. I hear someone shout. Oh my God, it's them! It's them! The lights swivel round and dazzle us, and after that, the next few minutes are a blur of people and shouts and hands reaching out to touch us. I hear Tammy saying, "Come on, Gran, get up!" because Gran has sunk to her knees on the hard-packed snow and they are weeping and laughing and hugging. Everyone seems to be shouting. Someone calls to Gran. "I knew it wasn't you, Christine." And she gives a satisfied little nod of her white head. Then there's more shouting. "Tammy, over here! Ifan, will you talk to us? Hey, where have you been?" I also hear someone say, "Core, what's that smell?" Somehow we make it through the doors of the pub and Gran manages to slam them behind us. Instead, she leans in towards us and whispers, "No one knows anything." I didn't say a word. She glances back at a police officer who is staring through the glass of the door, and believe me, there were lots of questions. But how? I mean, why? I trusted you. I trusted that Helly, what's her name? I knew you'd be back, like a twin thing. Quite a grand thing. Come on, come through to the bar. We don't need a chance because the double doors to the bar burst open and mom and dad are here and they swallow us up in more house. And mom can't even speak apart from, oh my babies, over and over again. For a moment, poor Iggy is kind of isolated, just watching with an empty smile, his eyes flickering round for his mom. Susie at his heels. Dad's gaze follows mine, and when he sees Iggy, his face freezes. It's hard to tell what he's singing, but a chill seems to blow over us, like a draught from a window. That, I say, it's not Iggy's fault. We had never would have got her back without him. But Mom interrupts me. Iggy, she says, jerking her head towards the open doors of the bar. There's someone to see you. Iggy's gaze follows hers, and we all look too. And there's a gaunt, bespectacled man standing next to the pool table. It's a mass of curly red hair that gives it away. I know immediately who it is. He doesn't say a word. Instead, he runs forward and towards his arms around his father. Then Cora steps forward and Iggy hugs her too. And even though his mom and dad don't hug each other, I catch a little smile pass between them and I hear Iggy's dad say, I'm sorry, Iggy, I'm sorry, Cora, and that seems to make everything okay. He bends down and scratches Susie's singed head feathers. I hear Dad come up behind me and Tammy. We still haven't let go of each other. He says he's all right, that lad. New Year joy at Kildare kids return. Kildare, Northumberland, 31st December. Filthy, bloody, and smelling of smoke, sweat, and blocked trains. The three missing Kildare kids staggered into their home village yesterday, and scenes of jubilation, of tears. Tamara Tammy Tate, 12, her twin brother Ethan, and their best friend Ignatius Fox Templeton, 13, sparked Europe-wide searches since Tammy's disappearance on Christmas Eve and the boy's subsequent disappearance 2 days ago. Both they and their parents declined requests for interviews. Dr. Beth Taylor, a physician for Northumbria Police, issued a statement confirming that the children were in reasonable health although hungry. She said that apart from minor bumps and a bad burn, they had no serious injuries. A good sleep and a good meal, and they should be fine, she said, although she declined to comment on their mental state. That is a matter for police counselors. Melanie and Adam Tate, the twins' parents and landlords of the Stargazer pub in Kildare, were said to be over the moon at the return of their children, while their grandmother, Christine Tate, 72, declared she would be running a marathon in aid of Northumberland National Park Mountain Rescue. Derek Fox Templeton, Ignatius' father, had arrived in the UK yesterday from his home in New York as the search for his son intensified. Hugging his son, he told waiting reporters, Iggy wants to talk to me and his mom first. He went on to thank search and rescue teams who have made the Stargazer their base for the past 7 days. And so it goes on for pages. We are in all the newspapers and on every website, and the TV news is reporting it, and still we have said nothing yet. Only those closest to us know the whole truth. Chapter 79. As you'd expect, Geoff and Geoff Mackey ended up telling anyone who'd care to listen that we had been abducted by an invisible alien spaceship. Their story appeared on www.northumbriannews.com under the headline Father and Son Say Martians Took Kildare Kids in Space. Below were tons of readers' comments all mocking the story and saying they should be ashamed of themselves for spreading ridiculous rumors and so on. They have no proof, and until they do, no one will believe them. The RAF issued a statement denying any knowledge of the claims, while Jamie Bates, the news reporter, said nothing. It's the morning before the start of term, and the three of us, Iggy, Tammy, and me, are sitting in the empty bar of the Stargazer. Dad turns the heating stick over and over in his hands, examining the strange symbols carved into the sides and running his finger along its smooth surface. Then he takes out his phone. Geoff Mackey, Adam Tate from the Stargazer here. I've got a thing you wanted. 20 minutes later, the two Geoffs walk in. Young Geoff holds a long wooden case, the sort you might keep a musical instrument in. Old Geoff curls up his lip in our direction but says nothing, while his son hoists the case onto the pool table and clicks the two catches. Inside the fabric-lined lid, there's a label saying Boss & Co., and below it is the shotgun in two pieces, the wooden stock and the barrel lying next to each other, plus some other bits and pieces all arranged neatly. There we go, says Geoff Sr. Antique Boss & Co. shotgun, carved over under 12 gauge, 20-inch double barrel. Last valued 4 years ago at 60,000 pounds. Slight rusting on barrel. Careful, says Dad, and withdraws the healing rod from his back pocket. It's pretty delicate, as he hands it over. George Jr. takes it with both hands and strokes it, and then smirks his dad, who says, "A pleasure doing business with you, Dad." He holds out his hand, but Dad ignores it. Instead, Dad clicks the lid of the gun case shut and lifts it off the pool table and gives it to me. "Put that in the boot of your car, Pearl. I'll be there in a second. As for you two," he says, fixing the two jobs with a hard guess, "if I never see you again, it'll be too soon. I guess you'll find another pub to drink in because you're no longer welcome here." He pauses and then growls, "Get out of my pub." "This is what I call proof," Geoff Jr. murmurs to his dad. "Fran is waiting for us with Susie at the end of the jetty in her warmest tracksuit, clouds of breath swirling around her head. Do it yourself, kids," he said. "It's all down to you." "Did it work?" says Grant. Tammy reaches into her puffer jacket and pulls out the healing rod. "Hang on. Are we all quite sure about this?" says Iggy. "Yes, Helen said we are too primitive to cope with the technology," says Tam. "She was right, Missy. And you?" He pushes his new glasses up and bends down to pick up Susie, who is already looking a lot better. "Yes, I just wish I could be there when the two jobs discovered their strapped a 60,000-pound antique for a replica made from the handle of my canoe paddle." "A good replica, mind you," I say. "My dad took hours over it." "That shotgun was never theirs in the first place," says Gran, and she chuckles throatily. "It's going back to its rightful owner today. It'll be the first bit of good fortune poor Morin's had in days." I look out across Kelder water, which is perfectly flat and wind and blue, just right for playing stones in the lake. "Someone should say something," I say. "Okay," says Tammy. "How about this?" She takes a breath. "We have come a long way together, but there's still a long way to go." She pauses, drawing her arm back in readiness. 3, 2, 1. Susie ruffles her feathers and disappears with us as the rod arcs into the blue sky. Then it disappears with a tiny splash exactly where Helium's spaceship first landed. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I'd be very grateful if you liked and subscribed to our channel and commented about whatever you think about this last part of the story. Thank you.